Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's story, we dive into the events on what Perturabo has been doing since his Demon Prince transformation. Before going to madness, be sure to like, comment, and videos and topics here to see the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Imperium. I thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get to the madness.
Medrengard did not sleep. It calculated. The demon world turned within the eye like a wound that had learned the discipline of machinery. Its skies were bruised iron and arterial red, split by storms that did not rain water, but ash, cinders, rust flakes, and the powdered remains of failed fortresses. Lightning crawled across the heavens in angular paths, refusing the curves of nature. It struck the black mountains in measured intervals, as though the world itself obeyed an artillery timetable written before the birth of men. Across that impossible horizon rose the fortress palace of Perturabo. It was not beautiful. Beauty was weakness given shape. It was not majestic. Majesty existed for kings who needed subjects to kneel. It was not holy, though things prayed inside its walls and were answered only by pain. It was correct. The palace rose in tiers of black iron, adamantium, basalt, brass, and demon-fused stone. Its towers did not climb at random. Each one stood where an equation demanded it. Each bridge, each gun bastion, each hanging chain of screaming slave cages, each furnace stack vomiting corpse smoke into the poisoned firmament, all of it formed a design too vast for mortal perception. Men taken from conquered forge worlds had tried to map it. The first went blind. The second tore out his tongue and scratched formulae into the deck with his own finger bones until blood loss stilled him. The third understood one fragment of the geometry and spent the rest of his life weeping molten tears, his skull drilled open and wired into a gate mechanism as reward for comprehension. The Iron Warriors called it the Logos Obscura when they spoke of it at all. The slaves called it the palace. The demons within its foundations called it a cage. At the heart of that cage, beneath a cathedral roof, held aloft by columns made from the fused hulls of Imperial battleships, Perturabo stood motionless before the war of 10,000 years. The strategium around him was a hemisphere of night. Stars burned within it as cold motes of data. Segmentae, crusade routes, warp tides, fortress worlds, shrine worlds, forge worlds, agri worlds, dead worlds, bastions, void stations, chapter keeps, pilgrim corridors, hidden supply arteries, gene seed routes, astropathic relays, tithe lanes, naval anchorages, and munitorum blood vessels all hung in the air. The Imperium of man glowed before him like a diseased organ viewed through a surgeon's lens. It had survived impossibility. That almost interested him. Almost. Perturabo's armor was no longer merely armor. Once it had been plate, servo, reactor, weapon, and will. Now it was a prison that had become a body, and a body that had become a fortress. Iron plates layered him in monstrous profusion, dark and cold, marked by hazard chevrons, kill tallies, siege sigils, and old wounds that no reforging had ever erased. Cables thick as serpents writhed from his back into the floor. Pistons sighed in time with a heart that had ceased to be flesh in any meaningful sense. A furnace glow burned in the hollows of his warplate, banked behind grills and vents, as though a world engine labored inside him. His face was the worst part. Not because it raged, because it did not. The Lord of Iron did not snarl at the galaxy. He did not laugh with the madness of the Neverborn. He did not drool for skulls, nor chant to gods, nor caper in the ecstatic lunacy of lesser traitors who mistook damnation for freedom. His face was immense, pale with the cold pallor of old metal, lined by contempt so ancient it had become a law of nature. His eyes were furnaces buried beneath glaciers. They did not burn with wrath. They assessed. A lesser monster would have roared. Perturabo studied. 10,000 years of imperial weakness unfolded before him. Every crusade, every retreat, every arrogant refusal to acknowledge logistical truth. every martyrdom mistaken for strategy, every fortress that held too long, every fortress that fell too soon, every Lord Militant who spent lives as if courage could replace ammunition, every chapter master who believed a glorious charge could solve what siegecraft had already decided, every priest who called starvation faith, every admiral who mistook a burning convoy for sacrifice rather than failure. He watched the Imperium bleed through its own veins. The long war had become a religion for fools. That was the first fact. The traitor legions had spent millennia striking, like beasts at a cage, satisfied when the bars rang. Raids, massacres, glories, vendettas, duels beneath dead suns, corpse piles offered to laughing powers, worlds burned for pride, for prophecy, for hunger, for boredom. Battle cries had replaced objectives. Hatred had replaced engineering. Ambition had replaced victory. Noise in place of strategy. Perturabo moved one hand. The motion was slow, almost gentle. A cluster of worlds flared amber in the void above him, each one tagged with supply tonnage, population strata, void capacity, astropathic dependency, and projected resistance duration. He had watched Abaddon break Cadia, a brutal act, a necessary act, a dramatic act. Drama was not conquest. The Great Rift had torn the galaxy open, and the Imperium had screamed, as all soft structures screamed when pressure finally found the floor. Yet the Corpse Empire endured. It reformed its routes. It diverted its fleets. It renamed disasters as crusades, and fed fresh billions into the grinder. The Astronomicon still shone. Terror still demanded worship. Gilliman still imposed order upon ruins, and called it hope. Hope. Perturabo's mouth did not move. The contempt in the chamber deepened until mortal lungs struggled to draw breath. Behind him, the gates of the Strategium opened. The warsmiths of the Iron Warriors entered without ceremony. They came in ranks of iron, brass, bone, and blackened ceramite. Some wore armor older than the Imperium's current saints. Some were sealed in cataphractii plate, whose joints bled oil and old blood. Some had replaced limbs with siege tools, graviton hammers, breacher drills, power claws, and weapon rigs fed by ammunition slaves dragging chain-linked magazines behind them. Others had given themselves to the cold logic of the machine, until only their eyes remained human, and even those had been ruined by red lenswork and targeting augmetics. They were kings of trenches, tyrants of artillery, murderers of walls. Each commanded fleets. Each possessed grand battalions, slave cohorts, demon engines, captured forge assets, oath-broken Titan crews, traitor Skitarii maniples, macro batteries, and vaults of stolen gene seed. Each had butchered worlds in the name of the Fourth Legion. Each had endured horrors that would have unmade lesser warriors. None spoke above a murmur in Perturabo's presence. Warsmith Cordassis Val stood among them, his helm locked beneath one arm, his shaven scalp webbed with interface sockets and old burn scars. He had once taken a fortress moon by ordering his own support regiments, buried alive beneath its shield generators. He had not done it from cruelty. The corpses had muffled the thermal bloom long enough for his melter teams to breach the foundation. For that, Perturabo had allowed him to live. Beside him stood Warsmith Barak Thren, whose armor was plated with fragments of Imperial Fist Bastion shields. Warsmith Oltan Grax, who had chained a demon prince into a siege cannon and fired it at a shrine world until the moon split. Warsmith Dryger Mal, whose voice had been replaced by a vox grill that translated every word into metallic contempt. Dozens more stood in the iron gloom, all of them dangerous, all of them bitter, all of them waiting. They did not kneel. Iron warriors did not kneel unless broken. Perturabo did not require the gesture. Kneeling was theatre. Obedience was measurable. The doors sealed behind them with the finality of tomb slabs. Somewhere far below, 1,000,000 slaves continued hammering plates into place across the palace skin. Their labor songs rose through the vents as ragged breath and chain rattle. Men coughed blood into furnace heat. Overseers barked Binharic commands. Flesh split under shock mauls. The palace accepted the sound and made it part of its rhythm. Perturabo regarded his sons. No greeting passed his lips. A long silence followed. It stretched until even the transhuman warriors felt its pressure. Not fear, not precisely. Iron warriors despised the word when applied to themselves. They endured dread as they endured radiation, hunger, and bombardment. It was environmental. It could be calculated around. Perturabo let them calculate. At last, his voice entered the chamber. The Imperium believes it is besieged. It is mistaken. It has not yet seen walls. The words were not shouted. They did not need to be. The Vox systems of the cathedral carried them through iron, through bone, through every listening slave, every chained demon engine, every machine spirit mutilated into obedience. The walls themselves repeated him in low thunder. The Imperium believes it is besieged. It is mistaken. It has not yet seen walls. The stars above him shifted. Lines began to form. Not invasion arrows, not crusade vectors, not the crude thrusts and counter-thrusts beloved by commanders who thought in charges and banners. These were constraints, angles, choke points, transit arteries, warp-stable corridors, supply dependencies, astropathic relays, naval mustering points, systems whose value was not glory, but necessity. A cage took shape in the air. The warsmiths watched in silence as the geometry extended across the projection. System after system flared iron grey. Fortress worlds, dead worlds, mining worlds, moons, shipyards, drift hulks, captured bastions, future bastions, sites of massacre not yet committed, places where billions still lived, worked, prayed, bred, starved, and believed the Emperor protected. Cordassis Val understood first. His scarred lips parted slightly. Not conquest, containment. Perturabo saw the recognition and continued. The throne survives by movement. Tithes move, food moves, men move, ammunition moves, gene seed moves, lies move, faith moves. The Imperium is not a realm. It is circulation around a corpse. He lifted one clawed hand and closed it. The projected roots tightened. Stop the movement, and the corpse does what all corpses do. Warsmith Dryger Mal's Vox grill rasped. It rots. Perturabo's gaze turned upon him. It already rots. We shall deny it the illusion of life. The chamber absorbed that. Even among traitors, even among the embittered sons of Olympia, the scale of it was obscene. They had destroyed fortress worlds. They had broken sectors. They had slaughtered populations too numerous for memory. But this was not another campaign. It was a siege of the Imperium's ability to remain the Imperium. Warsmith Barak Thren stepped forward, iron boots grinding sparks from the floor. His helm was tusked and slitted, its brow marked with kill runes taken from wars against the sons of Dawn. "My lord," he said. The words tasted like rust in his mouth. "The design is without flaw in principle, but walls across systems, across warp routes, across the arteries of segmentum supply. Even the Legion cannot build stone around the stars." No one moved. The slaves listening through floor grates stopped breathing. Barak Thren had not raised his voice. He had not insulted. He had not defied. He had done the most Iron Warriors thing imaginable. He had questioned structural feasibility. Perturabo turned fully toward him. The demon Primarch crossed the distance in 3 steps. No rage preceded the blow, no warning, no theatrical curse. Perturabo's hand descended, and Barak Thren ceased to be a standing figure. The warsmith struck the floor with enough force to crater black iron. Ceramite burst, bone powdered. The chest plate of his ancient armor folded inward with a scream of tortured plate. Blood, oil, gene-wrought meat, and ruptured organs jetted from the seams in a hot spray that painted the boots of nearby warsmiths. His helm split against the floor, spilling one eye and a slick of brain matter across the engraved siege maps beneath him. The body tried to breathe. It produced only a wet mechanical click. Perturabo kept one hand on the ruined warrior's back and pressed once more. The crater deepened. Barak Thren became a lesson, not an execution, not anger, correction. Perturabo looked down at the crushed warsmith as though studying a flawed rivet. "We do not build stone around the stars." He released the corpse. "We build necessity around weakness." No one offered to aid Barak Thren. There was nothing left to aid. A pair of servo-thralls scuttled from alcoves, dragging hooks and meat chains. They began gathering the remains with the solemn efficiency of mortuary servitors. A twitching gauntlet scraped across the floor until one thrall pinned it with a spike and severed the wrist. Perturabo returned to the projection. "The infinite citadel will not be a wall as mortals understand walls. It will be a sequence of denial, a chain of guns, a lattice of fortress worlds, a wound in real space made stable by iron and sacrifice. It will advance by construction, not momentum. It will grow by attrition, not faith. Every Imperial counterattack will supply data. Every corpse will supply mortar. Every delay will refine the next bastion." Cordassis Val bowed his head by a fraction. Not submission, acknowledgement. "Where does the first foundation fall, Lord?" Perturabo opened his hand. A chain of systems ignited near the old Cadian approaches, where the wounded galaxy still convulsed around the scar of Abaddon's triumph. Warp routes flickered there in unstable threads, dangerous and vital. The Imperium used them because it had to. Men crossed them in coffin ships. Food convoys vanished in storms. Gene seed vaults traveled under escort. Ammunition barges limped between naval stations. Priests carried relics and lies through screaming immaterium tides. Every route was a vein stretched across a blade. "Here," Perturabo said. The word fell like an orbital strike. Several warsmiths leaned forward. Their helm lenses brightened as data flooded their retinal displays. Target worlds unfolded. Val Tertius, mining asset and Prometheum extraction basin. Caldrus, bastion world and munition anchor. Halcyon Gate, void station cluster. Morvaine's chain, agri-moons under navy protection. The dead system of Orison, thought useless by Imperial surveyors. Useless to men who thought only in harvest, not in angles of fire. Warsmith Oltan Grax emitted a low growl. "The corpse emperor's lapdogs will answer." "Of course," said Perturabo. "Imperial fists," Cordassis Val said. At that, something like silence within silence entered the room. Perturabo did not smile. "They will come because they must. They will hold because they cannot imagine doing otherwise. They will bleed because their father taught them endurance, and mine taught me the cost of being denied recognition." The word father hung there, colder than any curse. No iron warrior spoke. Perturabo's gaze remained fixed upon the burning map. Perhaps he saw terror beyond it. Perhaps he saw the palace. Perhaps he saw walls he had once broken, and walls he had never been allowed to build. Perhaps he saw Rogel Dawn as memory, as insult, as measurement, as an old wound that refused closure. When he spoke again, his voice was pure iron. "Let the sons of Dawn defend roads. We will make the roads into fortresses. Let Gilliman marshal ledgers and saints. We will turn his ledgers into casualty forecasts, and his saints into load-bearing ash. Let the High Lords proclaim resilience. We will teach them architecture." Drago Mal's vox rasped again. "And the gods?" Perturabo turned his head slightly. The temperature in the chamber seemed to fall. Chained demons embedded in the walls whimpered through steel muzzles. Far below, furnaces guttered. Even the polluted storm beyond the palace windows paused in its screaming. "The gods are weather," Perturabo said. "We use weather. We do not worship it." The warsmiths accepted this, though every one of them bore the truth in their armor, their weapons, their wounds, their immortal corruption. Chaos had entered them whether they named it or not. It lived in the engines they bound, the ammunition they fired, the hatred they cherished, the pride they called discipline. They despised zealots, and yet served damnation with the devotion of craftsmen. Such was the hypocrisy of iron. Perturabo knew it. He permitted it because it functioned. Orders unfolded through the strategium in streams of cold light. Fleet assignments, slave tallies, forge seizures, demon engine allocations, ammunition demands so vast that entire conquered moons were marked for reduction into shell casings, penal populations reassigned as labor strata, captured mechanicum sects bound to Magos Ossuarium 9, warp seers requisitioned, chained, blinded, and prepared for navigational vivisection, Iron Warriors Grand Battalions assigned to Foundation assaults. Cordassis Val received command of the first planetary inversion. He struck his fist to his breastplate. Iron within! The chamber answered, not as a cheer, but as a verdict. Iron without! Perturabo looked upon his sons and found them sufficient. Not beloved, never beloved, sufficient. Beyond Medrengard, in the demon-torn void, fleets began to wake. Grand cruisers pulled free of orbital chains. Furnace ships ignited. Iron warriors strike vessels translated from docking cradles shaped like the jaws of dead gods. Slave holds filled beyond capacity. Men were branded, counted, and sealed into darkness. Demon engines shrieked as they were winched into drop cradles. Macro shells were blessed by no priest, only measured, stacked, and loaded. Warpsmiths whispered Binharic threats to machine spirits that had learned agony as a second language. The first armada of the Infinite Citadel turned its prows toward the wounded roots of the Imperium. In the strategium, Perturabo remained alone after his warsmiths withdrew. Barak Thren's blood still steamed in the floor crater. Servo thralls had missed a fragment of skull. It lay near the edge of a projected warp route, one eye socket staring upward at the cage of stars. Perturabo noticed. He left it there. A flaw remembered was a flaw corrected. His gaze returned to the Imperium. Around the projection, new lines drew themselves in iron grey. The first foundations, the first denials, the first walls that were not walls, not yet, but promises of confinement written in trajectories, murder, and stone. Far from Medrengard, across loyal space, astropaths began to scream. They screamed aboard shrine ships and naval flagships, in fortress monasteries and relay towers, in astropathic choirs buried beneath hive spires, and in sealed sanctums where incense failed to hide the smell of fear. Some screamed until their throats burst. Some clawed their eyes out. Some spoke in Binharic, despite never knowing the machine tongue. Some chanted in High Gothic with voices that were not their own. Some transmitted through dead vox systems on worlds that had been silent for centuries. The message spread before the fleets arrived. Dead worlds spoke. Broken stations spoke. Corpses wired into forgotten relays spoke. The Imperium heard 3 words, repeated again and again, until officers crossed themselves, priests demanded purgation, and commanders ordered channels sealed too late. Iron within, iron without. Val Tertius had never known peace. It had known quotas, hunger, rad sickness, dust storms, extraction bells, ration sermons, and the slow murder of men beneath the crust. Peace was a word spoken by administratum clerks who had never descended into a shaft where the air tasted of copper and the walls wept promethium fumes. Peace was what priests promised to the obedient dead, while tallymen counted the living by productivity. The world was loyal, because loyalty was easier to measure than happiness. Its continents were not continents in any meaningful sense. They were wounds. Strip mines crossed them in black spirals, hundreds of leagues wide. Conveyor causeways ran from horizon to horizon, carrying ore, corpse carts, machine parts, and indentured labourers, too exhausted to know which category they belonged to. Hive stacks rose from the mining basins like iron teeth, each one wrapped in smog, scaffold, prayer banners, and the constant clangor of manufactoria bells. Between them ran rail arteries thick with armored ore trains and munitorum freight engines, their engines coughing black smoke into skies already bruised by industry. The palace of Governor Malchior Ven stood above the equatorial extraction sea, a cathedral spire of glass, bronze, and devotional stone. Its windows faced the heavens. Its foundations rested upon 10 million dead laborers entombed in the first age of settlement, though no official record admitted this. On the morning the Iron Warriors came, the governor stood beneath a statue of the emperor and dictated a message of reassurance to Terra. He wore ceremonial armor polished to a mirror sheen. It had never been struck by a blade. It had never known the weight of ash rain. His aides trembled around him, while astropathic choir masters bled from their nostrils in the adjoining sanctum. "Let it be known," Ven said, his voice magnified by cherubim-born vox horns, that Val Tertius remains steadfast in duty, production, and faith. Though irregular empiric disturbances trouble the void, the Emperor's light shines upon his servants. We shall not falter. We shall not fear. We shall increase output by decree of necessity and offer hardship as worship. The palace shook. Dust fell from the statue's golden shoulders. One aide looked up. Another crossed himself. The governor paused, annoyed by the interruption. He had been warned of tremors in the northern generator strata, sabotage among the indentured unions, possible warp storm interference, and routine orc piracy beyond the outer pickets. None of these concerned him. Val Tertius had endured riots, famine years, tax purges, and 3 failed uprisings. It was a world built to suffer usefully. Then, every lumen in the palace turned red. Across the planet, the war began without declaration. No traitor herald spoke from the void. No blasphemous sermon crawled through the vox. No challenge was issued. No oath demanded. No theatrical threat made to frighten men who were already born frightened. The Iron Warriors did not announce sieges. They began them. Orbital jamming fell first, a black pressure that strangled vox traffic, astropathic resonance, Auspex returns, and noospheric chatter. Defense monitors vanished from command screens, not because they had been destroyed, but because every system swore they had never existed. Vox officers screamed for confirmation and received only grinding static layered with binharic murmurs. Naval augurs showed clear skies, while fire descended through them. The first macro shells struck the northern rail hubs. They came down like falling manufactoria, each shell the size of a hab block, each impact a mathematical event. Rail stations vanished in white fire. Armored trains lifted from their tracks as if seized by invisible hands, twisting in mid-air before slamming down in ribbons of torn plasteel and burning men. Ore cars burst open. Molten metal and human bodies spilled together across the junction yards. The screams of the wounded were buried beneath the second salvo before any rescue engines could be dispatched. Then came the seismic torpedoes. They did not strike cities. They struck beneath them. Deep in the crust, where generator strata and mining labyrinths honeycombed the planet's bones, the torpedoes detonated in sequence. Val Tertius convulsed. Shafts folded inward. Tunnels became throats filled with dust, blood, and crushed machinery. Entire labor cohorts vanished beneath collapsing rockcrete, their tracking brands blinking out by the 100,000. Plasma conduits ruptured. Magma pressure vents burst through lower manufactoria districts, boiling men inside their sealed work rigs. Elevator pylons snapped and toppled, falling across hive walls in mile-long avalanches of steel. At the same time, scrap code entered the planetary systems. It did not rage. It whispered. Water purification engines began reciting false maintenance hymns while rerouting clean reserves into waste drains. Ammunition vaults opened their internal blast doors and sealed their outer gates. Generator spirits refused load distribution, then overloaded in obedient sequence. Servo haulers turned upon their handlers with cargo claws and cutting rigs. Medici servitors administered industrial solvent to the wounded. Defense cogitators reassigned loyal militia regiments to dead coordinates and marked active enemy signatures as structural shadows. By the time the first human commander on Val Tertius understood that invasion had begun, the Iron Warriors had already killed the world's ability to understand itself. In high orbit, the grand cruiser Anvil of Bitter Truth held position above the planet's western hemisphere. Its hull was the color of old gunmetal, striped in black and hazard yellow, scarred by wars older than every loyal soul below. Around it hung siege barges, furnace ships, mass conveyors, assault cruisers, and captured mechanicum craft remade into blasphemous industry. They formed no proud battle line. Pride wasted space. They hung in an efficient kill pattern, their guns descending through calculated arcs toward assigned targets. Warsmith Cordassis Val stood within the command bastion of the Anvil, helm sealed, armor locked into a throne of cables, ammunition feeds, and tactical restraints. His face was hidden behind a narrow visor, glowing furnace red. Data flowed across his sight in hard columns. Casualty projections, atmospheric resistance, shell expenditure, void shield degradation, labor survival probability, rail severance integrity, water denial efficacy, resistance cohesion. A mortal officer would have called it conquest. Cordassis called it opening pressure. "Report," he said. The bridge was not crewed in the imperial sense. Men did not sit at stations. They were installed into them. Limbless helots hung from cranial sockets, their eyes stapled open before flickering screens. Traitor adepts murmured to machine spirits through brass masks. Gun servitors twitched in restraint frames. Iron warriors stood as command nodes among the lesser flesh, massive and still, each one a bastion wearing the shape of a warrior. A warpsmith bowed by the measure required, and no more. Primary Vox strangulation complete. Surface command coherence reduced by 89 parts in 100. Rail hubs alpha through mortis severed. Void elevators 3, 7, and 17 remain standing. Generator strata instability exceeds projection in the northern basin. Cordassis turned 1 degree. Exceeds? The warpsmith did not flinch. Secondary magma bloom propagated faster than modeled. Correct the model. Punish the overseer responsible for crustal analysis. The overseer is dead, Lord. He was bonded into the torpedo guidance lattice. Then punish his surviving work gang. It will be done. Cordassis studied the planetary map. Val Tertius bled in layers. Red for disruption, amber for resistance, black for assets already rendered unusable to the Imperium, white for locations to be preserved. The governor's palace remained untouched, a polished thorn above the equatorial extraction sea. A lesser commander might have struck it first. Cordassis had not. The palace produced nothing of value except orders, and the Iron Warriors had already poisoned the channels through which orders moved. A governor alive and speaking nonsense was useful. A governor dead became a martyr, an icon, a possible coherence point. Let him pray. Let him command. Let his officers listen and die obediently in the wrong places. Do not target the palace, Cordassis said. Increase false clearance on its broadcast tower. I want his voice heard where it can interfere with withdrawal. One of his lieutenants, Brother Hadrak, inclined his helm. The militia commanders are requesting clarification from the palace. The governor orders all districts to hold position and await reinforcement. Good. Several armored regiments are ignoring the order. Names. Hadrak projected them. Steel Sons of Barl, Cinder Drakes, Val Tertian 2nd Armored, Munitorum Reserve Cohort Heth. Cordassis marked them with claw taps. Seismic follow-up. Not enough to destroy them. Break their roads. Force them to concentrate at choke points Kappa and Gelid. Artillery will take them there. No legionary deployment? Cordassis looked at him. Hadrak's head lowered a fraction. Artillery first, Cordassis said. Slaves second. Engines third. Legionaries when resistance has earned us. Below them, the governor's message continued to crawl through broken Vox networks. Citizens of Val Tertius, Malchior Ven declared, voice cracking beneath artificial amplification, remain at your stations. The Emperor sees your labor. The Emperor measures your courage. Defensive redeployment is underway. Reinforcements are assured. Those who abandon duty abandon salvation. In the lower Manufactoria, men heard him while the roof fell. In the western water districts, filtration crews heard him as their tanks ruptured and millions of litres of clean reserve drained into ash canals. In the rail yards, militia platoons heard him through helmet vox beads, while macro shell shockwaves rolled over them and stripped flesh from bone. In the void elevator stations, dock workers and armsmen heard him, while scrap code locked the blast shutters, and the first Iron Warriors boarding shells punched through the upper decks. Faith was transmitted clearly. So was death. The planetary defense forces fought because they had nowhere else to go. The Astra Militarum reserves fought because they had been trained to treat hopelessness as a matter for priests. Indentured laborers were issued laslocks still sticky with storage grease and driven toward barricades by overseers whose shock mauls shook in their hands. Servitors marched in ranks through streets clogged with dust, their heavy tools repurposed as weapons, their dead minds receiving contradictory kill commands from loyal and corrupted systems alike. Billions entered the calculus. Some fired at shadows, some fired at their own under false Auspex returns. Some died in orderly formation, some died running, some died praying. Most died without knowing the name of the enemy. At Bastion Rail Primus, a colonel of the Val Tertian Guard stood atop an overturned ore hauler and shouted through a cracked rebreather, "By his light, stand firm! Armor to the left! Heavy last to the gantries! Do not waste shots! The Emperor protects!" His men answered with exhausted devotion. Lasfire rose into the dust murk as shapes moved beyond it. Not Iron Warriors. Not yet. The first assault wave was mortal. Slave soldiers in patchwork armor advanced beneath shock collars and Iron Warriors' gun lines. They carried boarding shields cut from scrap plate, autoguns, mining charges, and long hooked blades used more often for dragging bodies than killing them. Behind the slaves came engines, not tanks. Things that had once been tanks, perhaps. The demon engines crawled on piston limbs and track clusters, their hulls swollen with furnace growths and screaming faces pressed into iron. Rotary cannons spun beneath jaw-like prows. Smoke poured from exhaust stacks shaped like flayed spinal columns. Each shot hammered the barricades apart. Men became vapor, meat, and fragments of uniform. The colonel continued shouting until a shell burst against the ore hauler and turned him into red mist across his own command vox. His final words repeated on a broken loop. "The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects." Then the Iron Warriors' guns found the loop and silenced it. In orbit, Perturabo watched. He stood in a demonic strategium grown from the fused command systems of conquered ships. It had no single location in the way mortal architecture understood location. Part of it existed aboard the anvil of bitter truth. Part of it existed in the shadow of Medrengard. Part of it existed in a chamber that had never been built, but had always waited for him. The walls were black iron. The floor was a map of Val Tertius, made from living brass, each mountain range and hive stack twitching as shells struck below. Cables entered Perturabo's armor, like roots entering stone. Bound machine spirits wailed as they processed his revisions. Demon logic engines clicked through probability trees and burned out one by one when his mind outpaced them. He watched an artillery spread walk 6 kilometers too far west. One claw moved. On the surface, a battery commander aboard a siege barge received correction, apology, and death in the same burst of data. The next salvo landed perfectly. The commander's command throne detonated a moment later, reducing him and his crew to fused meat. Inefficiency was contagious. Perturabo excised it before it spread. He watched a slave wave break too early against Bastion Rail Primus. "Wasteful," he said. Across the command net, Cordassis heard the word. He did not defend himself. "Adjustment made, Lord. Subsequent waves will advance under heavier dust cover. Do not spend bodies to conceal poor timing." "No, Lord. Val Tertius is not to be merely taken." "No, Lord. It is foundation." Cordassis understood the distinction. Taking a world was simple. Kill enough defenders, break enough systems, replace one flag with another, if one cared for symbols. Foundation was different. A foundation had to bear weight. It had to be cut, inverted, reinforced, measured, and denied any future softness. The Dark Mechanicum began while the battle still raged. Magos Ossuarium 9 descended through the ash clouds in a lander shaped like a coffin, crucified to an engine block. He was no longer a man, though some stubborn scraps of humanity clung to him in places that had not yet been replaced. His body hung from a spider frame of black metal, brass vertebrae, surgical arms, incense burners, and data spines. His face was a skull mask of dark iron, its eye lenses green with predatory calculation. Servo skulls orbited him, each one whispering machine cant in a different dead dialect. He landed in the gutted shell of Generator Basilica 12, while loyal defenders still fought in the nave. The Magos ignored the gunfire. A Skitari traitor cohort marched ahead of him, their rad carbines clicking, robes scorched, optics burning with scrap-code zeal. The Basilica defenders, half blinded by smoke and reactor light, shouted prayers and opened fire. Las bolts flashed, autocannons roared. The traitor Skitari answered in disciplined bursts. Men convulsed as radiation boiled their organs inside their flak armor. Others fell to the floor, clawing at throats filling with blood foam. Ossuarium 9 walked through them without changing pace. "Generator spirit identified," he intoned. His voice was layered Binharic and corpse dry Gothic. "Loyalty residues detected. Pain thresholds insufficient. Begin inversion." His mechadendrites pierced the primary altar engine. The machine spirit screamed through every lumen in the district. The scream became a hymn. The hymn became code. The code became obedience. Across Val Tertius, captured nodes began to change. Mine shafts were widened into bunker lungs. Rail tunnels became ammunition veins. Hab towers were decapitated and rebuilt as gun mounts. Water reservoirs were sealed behind armor and marked for legionary use only. Manufactoria floors were stripped of production shrines and retooled for shell casing fabrication. Corpses were sorted by mineral content, augmetic salvage, and suitability for servitor conversion. The world was being turned inside out, not conquered, rewritten. In the governor's palace, Malchior Ven finally understood that no one was attacking him. That terrified him more than bombardment. He stood before the Vox pulpit, sweating inside his polished armor, while reports contradicted one another faster than aides could read them. Rail Primus gone. Rail Primus holding. Void Elevator Mortis intact. Void Elevator Mortis falling upward into the sky in burning pieces. Water reserves secure. Water reserves poisoned. Northern armies advancing. Northern armies dead. Reinforcements inbound. Reinforcements lost. Astropathic choir silent. Astropathic choir chanting traitor words in machine tongue. "Contact terror," Ven whispered. The choir master stared at him through blood-streaked eyes. "My lord, we cannot." "Contact segmentum command." "We cannot." "Contact anyone." The choir master began to laugh. He laughed until his jaw dislocated, and a voice that was not his spoke through the hanging mouth. "Iron within." The governor stumbled back. Outside, the palace bells began ringing of their own accord. In orbit, Cordassis Val watched the casualty curves settle into acceptable patterns. The world still resisted. That was expected. It would resist for days in some districts, months in the deeper redoubts, perhaps years in forgotten mine vaults, where men with rifles and ration tins would convince themselves they were still part of a war. It did not matter. The usable world was already dying. "Begin lunar operation," Cordassis said. Hadrak turned from his station. "Confirmed, Lord. The moon is within capture tolerance." "Capture is not required." The lieutenant paused. Then he understood. Above Val Tertius, its largest moon hung pale and scarred, a dead rock used for observatories, penal mines, and low-gravity dockyards. It had no beauty. It had mass. That made it useful. The Iron Warriors' fleet repositioned. Graviton engines awakened. Macro drills unfolded from siege barges. Demon-chained mining vessels descended upon the moon like carrion insects upon a corpse. Its defense stations fired until lance strikes cut them open and vented their crews into the void. Penal miners watched through cracked dome glass as the sky filled with iron. Then the cracking began. From the surface of Val Tertius, billions looked up and saw their moon split. A line of white fire crossed it from pole to pole, then another, then a third. Chunks of crust lifted away under gravitic restraint, exposing a molten heart that glowed like an opened wound in the heavens. The moon did not explode. Explosion was waste. It was opened with care, held in place by engines and malice, its core drawn out in rivers of incandescent metal. Orbital molds moved into position, vast skeletal arcs assembled by slave crews dying in vacuum harnesses. The molten core poured into them, guided by magnetic fields, demon-bound gravity, and the will of engineers who had forgotten mercy so thoroughly that even cruelty seemed inefficient. The first segment formed slowly, a curve of cooling metal, kilometers thick, blackening as it hardened against the stars. Not a ship, not a station, a wall. On Val Tertius, the governor sank to his knees beneath the emperor's statue and continued praying after every useful word had left him. In orbit, Cordassis Val watched the first stone of the infinite citadel take shape and felt no pride. Pride was for those uncertain of purpose. He felt only the narrowing satisfaction of a calculation proceeding with intolerance. Perturabo's voice entered the command net, deeper than static, colder than void. "Proceed." The moon bled into the molds. The world burned beneath it, and across the wounded roots near the Cadian scar, imperial augurs began to mark an impossibility taking form in the dark. Damek Vor knew the measure of his remaining life, not in days. Days had become meaningless beneath the iron shadow of the new wall. Not in shifts, for the labor bells lied, and the false dawns generated by orbital furnace glare came and went, according to schedules no mortal was permitted to understand. Not in heartbeats either. The men who counted heartbeats in the slave pits went mad quickly, because there were too many around them, too many weak drums beating inside too many cages of ribs, each one waiting to stop. Damek measured his life in usefulness. That was how the Iron Warriors measured all things. He had been taken from Forge Annex Castorel, a minor mechanicus, holding lashed to the outer manufactoria chains of Val Tertius. Once, he had worn the red-brown robes of a bonded lay engineer. Once, he had tended pressure regulators, conveyor spirits, cooling shrines, and motive arrays. He had known enough Binharik to obey, enough sacred geometry to repair, and enough imperial doctrine to fear innovation as sin. He had believed himself a servant of the machine god, and therefore more fortunate than the miners choking to death in the lower shafts. Then, the Iron Warriors came. Now his robes were gone, replaced by a grey work harness stiff with dried blood, ash, and machine oil. An iron collar circled his throat. A brass plate had been riveted through the flesh over his sternum, stamped with cohort, function, caloric allowance, and termination priority. His left hand had been replaced after a crane accident with a crude tool clamp that accepted welding rods, data prongs, or cutting teeth, depending on the needs of the shift. It hurt constantly. Pain, he had learned, was not considered a flaw in the design. He understood more than the other slaves. That was his curse. The miners thought they were building fortifications. The manufactoria helots thought they were repairing orbital docks. The Hab thralls thought the worst would pass if they survived the next bell. The captured militia believed rescue would come, because Imperial soldiers were trained to believe in distant forces moving always toward them through the dark. Damek saw the plans, not all of them, never all. A mortal mind could not hold the full design of the infinite citadel. The fragments alone had made adepts shriek until their implanted tongues split. But Damek had repaired enough cogitator relays, enough load-bearing calculations, enough heat-bleed conduits, and void anchor rigs to understand one truth with the clarity of a last burn. No one who worked on the citadel would be allowed to leave it alive. Not because the Iron Warriors feared witnesses. They did not fear. Not in the way men feared. It was because a used component remained part of the structure until it failed. A slave who had carried stone, mixed ferrocrete, dragged cable, fed the furnaces, or solved an equation, had become part of the wall's logistical history. Waste was sin, and the sons of Perturabo despised sin only when it reduced efficiency. The slave field stretched farther than sight. Damek stood on a gantry above Labor Basin Septimus and watched the cohorts move through ash rain. Chains linked them in files of 100. Shock posts rose every few hundred paces, their lenses turning with insect patience. Overseer towers stood beyond them, crewed by mortal collaborators, traitor Skitari, and the occasional Iron Warrior who watched the work with the stillness of a gun emplacement. The ground beneath the slaves was not soil. Val Tertius had forgotten soil millennia ago. It was compacted slag, powdered bone, and pulverized rockcrete, tamped flat by machines that rolled day and night across the dead. Billions labored below the forming wall. Damek had once thought that number impossible to feel. A billion was a ledger abstraction, a tithe category, a population band spoken by administrator mouths. Here, it had weight, it had smell, sweat, infection, corpse gas, machine oil, burned hair, chemical slop, hot metal, and fear. It had sound, chains dragging, men coughing, men chanting prayers under their breath, men screaming when clamps took fingers, men going silent when they were too tired to scream. It had motion, an endless crawl of bodies carrying girders, hauling cables, turning capstans, feeding furnaces, filling molds, widening trenches, draining blood sumps, and dragging away those who collapsed. There were corpse lines beside every labor road. The newly dead were not buried. Burial wasted depth. They were sorted. Those with augmetics were sent to salvage racks, where servo claws stripped metal from meat with wet, economical jerks. Those with usable organs were opened by Medici engines for nutrient preservation. Those too diseased for paste were rendered into chemical slurry. Bone went to grinders. Fat went to lubricant vats. Hair and skin became filter mass. Failed workers were not mourned. They were categorized, processed, and returned to the citadel as grease, mortar additives, nutrient blocks, parchment, cable insulation, or devotional ash for those Iron Warriors who still enjoyed mockery enough to permit it. Damek watched a man fall from exhaustion beside a load sled. The man did not plead. Pleading required breath. He simply folded, knees striking the ground, head hanging from his neck as though the strings had been cut. A human overseer raised his shock maul. Before the blow fell, an Iron Warrior spoke from the roadway. "Do not damage the spine." The overseer froze. The warrior stood twice the height of any mortal near him, encased in dark warplate, edged with hazard markings and soot. His helm lenses burned a dull red. His pauldron carried the iron skull of the Legion, scratched and pitted by wars older than the governor's bloodline. A belt of grenades hung at his waist. A chain blade rested mag locked against his thigh. He did not look angry. He did not look amused. He looked at the fallen man as a quartermaster might look at an incorrectly stacked munition crate. "Spinal column salvage remains within tolerance," the Iron Warrior said. "Move him to Render Tertius." The overseer bowed. "By your command, Lord." Two corpse handlers dragged the fallen man away while he still breathed. Damek saw his eyes open as they passed beneath the gantry. The man looked up, and for one instant, Damek thought he might ask for help. He did not. No one asked for impossible things after the first month. Beyond the labor basin, the engines moved. Magos Ossuarium 9 had unveiled them at the third black dawn after the lunar core began pouring into orbital molds. They had descended from the smoke like judgments given legs. Walking manufactoria, vast as hive districts, stalked across the plains on piston limbs and track clusters, their bellies glowing with furnace light. Each step drove piles into the crust. Each breath vented soot, corpse vapor, and Binharic hymns backwards through stacks shaped from cathedral spires. Skull-fed cranes towered above them, their booms made from linked vertebrae of iron and brass, their hooks swinging from chains threaded through thousands of human skulls, wired together into a distributed targeting mind. The skulls chattered as they worked. Some still had tongues. Some prayed. Some gave load calculations in the voices of children, priests, generals, and dead machine adepts. Trench-digging engines followed, lower and wider, shaped like burrowing insects plated in adamantium. Their cutting wheels chewed through rock, metal, hab remains, corpses, and buried defenders with no change in rhythm. Screaming human cogitators were bolted into their logic shrines, brains suspended in amniotic tanks, optic nerves threaded through brass sockets. They did not guide the engines. They suffered in ways that sharpened the demons bound inside the machines, pain converted into directional obedience. Ossuarium 9 moved among them like a high priest of a faith that had murdered its own god for parts. Damek had seen the arch-heretic once at close range. He had been ordered to recalibrate a misfiring pressure gate while the Magos passed with his retinue. The air around Ossuarium tasted of hot copper and old tombs. His mechadendrites carried saws, quills, injectors, incense burners, data spikes, flensing needles, and small cages containing tiny things that whispered in scrap code. His skull mask had turned toward Damek for less than a heartbeat. The collar at Damek's throat had tightened. "Lay engineer," Ossuarium had said. Damek had dropped to his knees. "I serve. All flesh serves. Most flesh serves poorly." "Yes, Magos. Your repair holds within acceptable variance. Continue being statistically unusual." Then Ossuarium had passed on, leaving Damek alive. Since then, Damek had feared competence more than failure. Failure killed quickly. Competence was extended use. At the heart of the construction fields, the Iron Warriors had begun inverting the planet. The mines of Val Tertius had once descended into the crust as extraction wounds. Now they were being widened, reinforced, armored, and connected. Ventilation systems became bunker lungs. Ore veins became ammunition feeds. Deep magma channels were bridged with heat exchangers and reactor cradles. Hab zones were emptied, collapsed, and rebuilt as casemates. City towers were sawed from their foundations, capped with weapon platforms, and locked into rotation rings. Whole districts turned slowly toward the sky, becoming guns. Damek had seen a manufactoria hive rotated by gravitic engines until its spires pointed sideways over the ash plains. The people still inside screamed through the walls as weld teams sealed the hab levels into magazine chambers. It was not cruelty for pleasure. That made it worse. A sadist might tire. A butcher might be distracted by hunger, lust, or laughter. An Iron Warrior overseer killed because the calculation ended there. A screaming child, an old man, a broken soldier, a tech adept, a priest, a miner, a governor, a servitor, a loyalist hero. All were pressure, mass, heat, resistance, or waste. Suffering was not sought. except where suffering generated compliance, power, or data. It was an industrial input, no more sacred than promethium, no less useful than iron. High above, on the black orbital segment cooling from the opened moon, warsmith Cordassis Val received the latest construction projections. He stood in a command cradle overlooking Val Tertius, the planet turning beneath him in smoke-wrapped agony. His armor had not been removed since the assault began. Blood had dried in the seams from the first boarding actions. His helm hung beside him, but he did not look more human without it. His face was broad, scarred, and expressionless, the skin pale beneath embedded command sockets. One eye had been replaced by a red lens that clicked as it focused on shifting data. Perturabo's presence filled the strategium, though his body was elsewhere. No one mistook absence for distance. Cordassis watched completion curves crawl through the air. Labor mortality had exceeded projections in the western continental fields. Reinforcement of the magma trench had fallen behind schedule. Slave cohort discipline remained acceptable. Artillery defense grid ahead of estimate. Orbital mold integrity stable. Wall spine alpha nearing structural lock. Then the world shook, not from enemy action, from command. A line of text appeared across the display, black on iron grey. Western continental labor output below tolerance. Collapse region. Redirect mass into magma trench. Recalculate foundation density. No signature was needed. Perturabo's orders did not require authorship. Reality recognized them. Cordassis stared at the line. The western continent held hundreds of millions of slaves, thousands of work engines, 3 captured hive stacks, and a chain of partially completed support columns. It also contained logistical delays that would take days to correct through conventional punishment and replacement. Perturabo had selected the simpler solution. "Confirm collapse charges," Cordassis said. His lieutenant hesitated long enough to be noticed, not long enough to die. "My lord, salvage loss will be significant. Perturabo has accounted for it." "Yes, lord." Cordassis watched the detonation sequence arm. Admiration stirred in him, cold and unwilling. It was impossible not to admire the purity of the decision. No indulgence, no sentiment, no concern for the appearance of waste, because the deeper equation had already consumed that objection. Perturabo saw the war entire. Where others saw slaves, engines, partial structures and delays, the Lord of Iron saw mass transfer, foundation density, completion recovery, and psychological correction across every remaining labor basin. Cordassis admired him. He feared him more. All Iron warriors knew the truth, though few voiced it even in the privacy of sealed helms. Perturabo loved nothing that could fail him. His sons were iron only while they held shape. The instant they became brittle, inefficient, proud beyond use, or sentimental, they were slag awaiting the furnace. Cordassis had seen warsmith Barak Thren pressed into paste for questioning feasibility. Not rebellion, not cowardice. A question, poorly weighted against the Primarch's certainty. The charges fired. On Val Tertius, the western continent fell inward. Damek felt it before he saw it. A vibration passed through the gantry, up his legs, into his teeth. The horizon lowered. At first his mind refused the sight. Continents did not sink. Land did not fold like cloth. Hive stacks did not tilt together as if bowing to a tyrant god. Then the magma trench opened. A red wound tore across the western world. Planes fractured. Labor cohorts vanished in sheets of dust. Walking manufactoria toppled slowly, their furnace bellies splitting, spilling molten metal and burning slaves into the abyss. Support columns buckled. Chains snapped and whipped through crowds, cutting men apart in red arcs. Entire camps slid down into the glowing trench, hab blocks grinding together, bodies bursting under the weight of machinery, prayers swallowed by geological thunder. The collapse lasted long enough for everyone to understand it. That was the true cruelty. Not the deaths, the lesson. work with intolerance, or become material. When the dust reached Labor Basin Septimus, it came warm and wet, carrying ash, powdered ferrocrete, vaporized blood, and flecks of human fat. Men coughed, some collapsed. Shock collars fired until they rose again. The Iron Warrior on the roadway opened a Vox channel. Resume labor. And they did. The uprising began 8 hours later. It started beneath Wall Spine Alpha, where captured militia engineers had been chained with miners and forge helots to reinforce the internal brace pylons. Someone had hidden mining charges in corpse carts. Someone had stolen lace gutters from a repair shrine. Someone had bribed a ration clerk with the promise of a quick death. Someone still believed that if enough men ran in the same direction, freedom might become real. Damek was under the wall spine when the first charge blew. The explosion tore through a support web and turned 30 slaves into a red cloud. The blast wave slammed him against a cable drum. His shoulder struck metal. Something cracked. For a moment, he saw only white pain and falling dust. Then came shouting, "For the Emperor!" It sounded strange in that place. Small, human, almost obscene. A militia sergeant with half a face and a stolen lascutter hacked through a chain line. Men surged behind him. Laborers seized tools. A tech thrall drove a rivet gun through an overseer's throat. Shock posts turned to fire as mining charges detonated against their bases. A traitor Skitari vanished beneath a mob of slaves and came apart in pieces, his augmetic limbs ripped free and used as clubs. Someone got an autogun. Someone else found grenades. The wall spine groaned overhead, damaged at 3 brace points. Damek saw daylight through a widening fracture in the work zone roof. Thousands ran toward it. The impossible thing happened. They broke through. A section of wall spine Alpha collapsed sideways, dragging scaffolds, cables, armor plates, and gun housings with it. For the first time since the invasion, the citadel bled structure. Slaves poured into the open ash wastes beyond the construction perimeter. Damek ran because everyone ran. He did not believe. He did not hope. His legs moved because remaining still meant being crushed, shot, or processed. The air outside tasted like poison and freedom. Men screamed prayers, men laughed, men sobbed, men fell and were trampled. The militia sergeant waved his lascutter like a banner, shouting for the free to scatter, to reach the old mines, to find hidden loyalists, to keep moving. No Iron Warriors pursued them. That should have warned them. Damek slowed. Ahead, the ash plain stretched wide and open between 2 low ridges of slag. Too open, too clean. No wreckage, no dead machines, no craters except old ones arranged in regular spacing. He looked up and saw small black shapes along the far ridge, half buried beneath camouflage netting and ash. Artillery mouths. The first salvo landed among the fleeing thousands. The ground became meat. There was no battle, no exchange, no last stand. Shells walked across the plain with patient accuracy. Bodies opened. Limbs spun through smoke. Men vanished into fountains of mud and blood. The militia sergeant disappeared beneath a direct hit that left only his lascutter spinning end over end before it landed blade first in the ash. Damek threw himself into a shallow drainage cut as pressure and heat passed over him. A man fell on top of him without a head. Another crawled nearby, dragging his own intestines in both hands, staring at them as if they were rope. The guns continued until nothing moved. Then they fired again. When silence returned, the ash plain was red and steaming. The dead lay in layers, some intact, most not. The Iron Warriors had not failed to respond. They had waited because the killing field had been chosen before the rebellion began. Damek understood. Perturabo had allowed the uprising. Perhaps not every detail. Details did not matter. The possibility had been included. The route had been left open. The artillery had been sighted. The wall spine had been permitted to fail because its failure would create a denser foundation of bodies and teach the remaining slaves that even rebellion could be repurposed. Corpse engines arrived before the wounded finished dying. They pushed the dead into trenches beneath the damaged wall spine. Bodies were packed in by weight class. Bone grinders reduced some. Whole corpses were layered with rebar, ash aggregate, and wet ferrocrete. Men still breathing were not separated unless their augmetics were valuable. Compressors descended. The sound was soft at first, then wet, then structural. By the next false dawn, the breach had been filled. The dead had become mortar. Damek was returned to work because his collar identified him as repair-skilled and not yet expended. A medici claw reset his shoulder without anesthetic. He screamed once. The Iron Warrior overseeing the station glanced at him. "Noise reduces breath efficiency," the warrior said. Damek bit through his tongue and made no more sound. Later, crawling inside a maintenance conduit beneath the rebuilt wall spine, he found the hidden chamber. It was not meant for slaves. A blast had warped the access grate just enough for his tool clamp to pry it open. Inside, data conduits ran in spirals through black stone and silver wire. Not reinforcement geometry, not artillery coordination, not supply routing. This was something deeper. Damek connected his stolen diagnostic spike before fear could stop him. The fragment of plan unfolded across his cracked optic lens. He saw the citadel not as walls around worlds, but as angles around roots. He saw bastions positioned like teeth beside warp currents. He saw dead moons chained into gravitational locks. He saw massacre sites marked not by population value, but by veil-thinning yield. He saw the Great Rift as wound and instrument. He saw lines drawn toward the distant beacon that held mankind's shattered empire together, not to strike it directly, but to choke every path that depended upon its light. The infinite citadel was not defensive. It was a siege engine aimed through the warp, a fortress built to constrain navigation, a gun made from worlds, a noose cast around the Astronomican's strategic arteries, not to extinguish the Emperor's light, not yet, to make that light useless where Perturabo chose shadow. Damek stared until blood ran from his eyes. Behind him, the conduit vox clicked awake. A voice like iron dragged across stone spoke his name. Damek Vor. He stopped breathing. The voice continued, patient and immense. Continue. The infinite citadel did not advance like an army. Armies marched. Armies required roads, ports, ration lines, rest cycles, permission from terrain, and the fragile arrogance of commanders who believed distance still belonged to them. The infinite citadel moved as a wound moved through flesh. It spread by pressure. It consumed what lay before it, hardened what it had eaten, and used the bones of conquered worlds as leverage against the next. Val Tertius had become its first stone. Its moon, split and bled, hung in orbit as a cooling arc of black metal, scaffolded by void docks and corpse-lit manufactoria. Its mines had been inverted into gun lungs. Its cities had been converted into casemates. Its people had been measured, spent, rendered, or chained. Yet the citadel did not pause to admire itself. Admiration was wasted heat. From Val Tertius, it extended, not as a single wall across the stars, for only fools imagined fortification as a line to be seen from horizon to horizon. The citadel became a moving siege front of fortress. Worlds, orbital bastions, void mines, gravitic anchors, sealed translation corridors, demon engine migration columns, and dead stations dragged back into relevance by iron chains and screaming machine spirits. It filled roots, not space. It occupied necessity. It appeared wherever the Imperium had no choice but to travel. Morvaine's chain burned first, then Halcyon Gate, then Orison, a dead system whose planets had been recorded by Imperial cartographers as barren, unworthy of tithe, and strategically negligible. The Iron Warriors struck all three systems within the same hour. The Imperial command conclaves argued over which assault was the feint. The astropaths contradicted one another. The Navy captains demanded priorities. Munitorum factors wept over supply ledgers as if parchment could answer shellfire. Priests declared each system sacred in turn, depending on where their own reliquaries had been stranded. Every message that escaped the jamming reached command distorted by panic, scrap code, or faith. Morvaine's chain reported demon engines walking across Agri moons. Halcyon Gate reported orbital bastions under direct assault. Orison reported nothing, because every listening post in the system had died before it knew it had been killed. The Imperium did what it always did when faced with insufficient truth. It issued orders. Lord General Severian Holt received his orders aboard the command crawler Indomitable Saint, a mobile fortress of plasteel, brass, and prayer seals, grinding through the mud of Caldrus Secundus. He was an old man by the standards of mortal soldiers, though rejuvenate treatments and augmetic support had held him together longer than nature intended. His face was gaunt, shaved clean, and hollow beneath the eyes. His right arm was a polished bionic replacement from the elbow down, its fingers always resting near the hilt of his saber, as if awaiting betrayal from the room itself. He had served in crusades, compliance purges, anti-orc campaigns, heretic pacifications, and 3 defensive wars that imperial histories later renamed victories because too many dead had been invested to admit otherwise. He understood supply, he understood fear, he understood that the Emperor protected the soul, not the body, and that bodies were what wars required. The orders before him were clear. Hold the corridor. Holt read them once, then again, then a third time, though the meaning did not improve with repetition. Around him, his staff officers waited beneath the flicker of lumen strips and devotional icons. Vox traffic hissed from brass grills. Servitors clicked and muttered while feeding parchment maps through cogitator mouths. The air smelled of recaf, wet uniforms, machine oil, incense, and the distant rot of field hospitals. Outside the crawler's armored hull, artillery thunder rolled across the plains without pause. A colonel cleared his throat. "My Lord General, Segmentum Command insists the corridor remains viable." Holt placed the parchment on the table with care. "Segmentum Command is wrong." No one answered. Holt looked at the great tactical slate projected above the strategium table. It showed billions of men under his authority, though no Pict could convey the truth of them. Astra Militarum army groups in mud redoubts, armor regiments waiting under camouflage netting, siege infantry packed into trench belts deeper than cities, void troopers sealed in orbital stations whose air tasted of rust, penal legions chained behind commissariat guns, conscripted planetary defense forces holding manufactoria walls with rifles older than their grandfathers, artillery trains on continent-spanning rails, super-heavy companies dug into revetments, engineers, medici corps, priests, quartermasters, corpse collectors, signalmen, tankers, sappers, gunners, and the endless, nameless infantry of the Emperor's wars. Billions. The administratum wrote the number in ink. Holt saw it as mouths, boots, last packs, water demand, ammunition burn, burial capacity, panic thresholds, and the rate at which courage turned into mud when shells fell long enough. "The corridor has already been lost," he said. "We have been ordered to hold its corpse." A commissar standing near the chapel alcove stiffened. "My Lord General, such phrasing may injure morale." Holt turned his dead-eyed gaze upon him. "Morale will be injured more severely by Iron Warrior's artillery. Keep your pistol. For the men who run, leave assessment to those tasked with it." The commissar bowed, jaw tight. Holt returned to the slate. "Where is the real assault?" His chief tactician, Major Helkant, pointed with a data wand. "Halcyon Gate contains the largest naval infrastructure. Morvaine's chain contains food production. Orison contains no registered asset of value." "So Orison matters." Several officers looked at him. Holt did not sigh. Sighing was for men with spare breath. "The traitor does not spend force without return," If he attacks 3 systems, all 3 attacks are real, but only one changes the shape of the war. Halcyon and Morvain wound us. Orison is where he places the knife. He tapped the dead system on the slate. Shift reserves toward Orison, approach vectors. Quietly. No broad Vox traffic. Courier packets and line of sight where possible. Assume every open channel is already compromised. The order went out. It was correct. It was also too late. On the surface of Halcyon Gate's third moon, the Iron Warriors began measuring Imperial defiance. Their first waves were not legionaries. They were human auxiliaries driven forward beneath iron banners and artillery shadows. Some were renegades who had chosen damnation and regretted it only when the collars closed around their throats. Some were Val Tertian survivors, given rifles, and told their families would be fed if they reached the enemy wire. Some were vat-swollen brutes, grown in dark manufactoria, their skulls marked with numerical brands, and their veins thick with combat narcotics. Behind them rolled traitor armor, blackened Lehman Russ hulls, corrupted artillery tractors, and demon-bound siege crawlers with furnaces for bellies and human faces screaming from their armor plates. The Imperial guns opened upon them. Basilisks spoke from hidden batteries. Earthshakers tore trenches into the enemy advance. Manticores dragged white trails across the smoke-choked sky. Lascannons burned holes through traitor tanks. Mortars pulped slave infantry by the thousands. The first Iron Warriors assault line dissolved into screaming, fire, and churned meat. And above them, in orbit and beneath stone, the Iron Warriors learned. Every Imperial shell fired revealed a battery. Every tank that exposed its muzzle flash became a future corpse. Every counter-barrage traced command habits. Every medic route marked a covered trench. Every courageous countercharge identified morale concentrations for later destruction. Every Vox call became a thread in a noose. Warsmith Cordassis Val watched from a forward command bastion buried beneath the crust of Orison's outer moon. The moon had been dead for ages, its surface a grey silence of craters and frozen dust. Now it breathed smoke through newly opened vents. Iron Warriors engineers had hollowed its interior and filled it with guns, missile vaults, scrap code choirs, and seismic charges. The Imperium believed Orison empty because its surveys had seen nothing on the surface. The 4th Legion had never been interested in surfaces. Cordassis stood before a tactical projection, helm in place, cables running from his armor into the bastion floor. His Grand Battalion waited in reserve. They would not deploy until the defenders had spent enough strength to justify the honor of legionary attention. "Imperial response pattern," he said. Brother Hadrak answered from the fire control dais. "Competent. Their Lord General is not wasting armor forward. He is masking reserve redeployment. Multiple signal disciplines indicate suspicion toward Orison. Name: Severian Holt, Astra Militarum, Senior Theater Command. Records indicate prior survival against Orcoid mass assault, traitor armor, and a renegade Titan spearhead." Cordassis studied the data. "Holt understands weight," he said. The words were nearly praise. Hadrak waited. "Then we will show him pressure." On Caldrus Secundus, Holt began his counterstroke. He knew he could not save all 3 systems. No commander could, not with the astropathic choir half-blind, not with the Navy uncertain of safe translation, not with the enemy striking through routes that should have been unusable. So he chose to hurt the thing that mattered. He chose Orison. His reserves moved through night and artillery rain. Entire armored brigades rolled beneath blackout shrouds. Siege infantry climbed from rear trenches and marched through mud that sucked at boots and swallowed the wounded. Penal legions were driven ahead to clear minefields with their bodies. Engineers dragged bridge layers across shattered canals. Void trooper detachments prepared for insertion against orbital gun nests. Priests walked between columns, raising icons and chanting until shell bursts turned hymnals to ash. The men were afraid. Holt preferred afraid men to inspired ones. Fear sharpened obedience when held correctly. Inspiration made fools stand on parapets. At first, the plan worked. Imperial artillery found the Iron Warriors' forward bastion on Orison's outer moon after a dying signal team triangulated the impossible heat signature beneath the regolith. Holt committed more firepower than doctrine advised. He spent shells like a desperate man because he was one, and because he knew the traitor would expect conservation. The moon shook under the bombardment. Earthshaker shells fell in sheets. Lance strikes from loyal escorts cut through dust and rock. Void torpedoes struck old crater fields, collapsing false surfaces and exposing black iron beneath. Holt's Void troopers hit the breach in boarding capsules, slamming through weakened armor and spilling into the bastion's outer galleries with shotguns, melters, and chain blades. For 7 hours, men fought beneath the dead moon. They fought through corridors that sweated oil and old blood. They fought past gun servitors chained to ammunition hoppers. They fought over cogitator shrines where machine spirits shrieked scrap code. Penal troops died in droves, their explosive collars detonating when they hesitated or when enemy interference triggered them for sport. Stormtroopers advanced behind slab shields, firing hot-shot volleys into traitor auxiliaries and corrupted Skitarii. In the deepest gallery, an Imperial captain planted a melter charge against the primary support spine and held position long enough for the timer to complete. The forward bastion died in a flower of black fire. Across Imperial lines, men cheered. Vox channels filled with ragged triumph. Holt listened and did not smile. Casualties? Severe, my lord, Helkant said, but the bastion is destroyed. Enemy guns in that quadrant are silent. For now. My lord, this is a victory. Holt looked at the slate. The destroyed bastion flickered red, then black. Yes, he said, that is what concerns me. In the Iron Warriors' command bastion, Cordassis Val watched the Imperial success unfold with stillness. Brother Hadrak's helm turned slightly. Forward bastion Kappa is lost. I can see that. Surviving garrison elements request permission to counterattack. Denied. My lord, Holt has done well. He deserves the truth of his error. Cordassis highlighted the Imperial reserve trails now fully exposed by the counteroffensive. Armor columns, ammunition convoys, fuel carriers, field hospitals, command relays, rear echelon infantry. The arteries required to support the blow Holt had landed. The Iron Warriors had not failed to see them. They had waited for them to matter. Detonate the subterranean charges beneath zones Gethsemane, Varan, and Cold Saint, Cordassis said. Hadrak paused. Those charges were placed before planetary contact. Correct. The enemy rear echelons were not there at the time. Correct. Now Hadrak understood. They had not mined the enemy. They had mined the places the enemy would need to become strong. The charges awoke beneath Caldrus Secundus. 3 rear echelons vanished. The first detonation opened under an ammunition concentration. The ground lifted in a dirty sun. Shells cooked off in chain reaction, each explosion throwing men, tanks, medici tents, supply crates, and sacred icons into a storm of fragments. Men kilometers away were cut apart by their own munitions. The second detonation broke a fuel reserve. Promethium flooded trenches before igniting. Fire rolled low and fast, flowing through dugouts and communication tunnels like a living thing. Guardsmen burned inside their greatcoats. Tank crews died hammering at hatches, warped shut by heat. Priests ran aflame through mud, still shouting litanies until their lungs cooked. The third detonation was beneath the field hospital and command relay. It did not explode upward. It collapsed downward. The entire district sank into a sudden pit, dragging. Surgical tents, medici servitors, vox masts, staff officers, wounded men, and reserve infantry into darkness. Bunkers folded. Trenches became graves. Men were buried alive beneath their own gun lines, packed in mud, wire and plasteel, screaming through vox beads until the pressure crushed the breath out of them. Some channels stayed open. Holt heard them in the strategium, a chorus of suffocation and prayer beneath static. "Shut those feeds," Helkant whispered. "No," Holt said. The staff stared at him. "No," he repeated. "Let command hear the cost of surprise." Outside the indomitable saint, the war became close and ugly. Iron Warriors' auxiliaries attacked through the confusion. Penal legionaries met them in trenches where mud came to the waist and blood slicked the duckboards. Lasfire flashed at arm's length. Bayonets punched through throats. Men drowned beneath bodies. Grenades burst in dugouts and painted walls with bone and brain. A tank reversed blindly into a trench full of its own infantry, crushing them under grinding tracks, while the commander screamed that he could not see. Vox static swallowed orders. Officers fired pistols into the air until they realized the sky did not care. Holt moved among the command crew with controlled precision. "Stabilize left flank. Left flank Vox is dead, my lord. Send runners. They will not reach. Send more. Armor reserve. Hold. My lord, the men are being overrun. Hold." Every answer cost lives. He knew it. Every refusal to commit armor allowed another trench to become a slaughterhouse. But if he spent the armor now, Cordassis would learn the last hidden weight of his line. A commissar approached him, face pale beneath his cap. "The men request words, Lord General." Holt looked at him. "What kind?" "Something to steady them." Holt took the Vox receiver. Across 1,000 broken channels, his voice entered the mud, the smoke, the buried bunkers, the burning hospitals, the trenches where men killed and died within touching distance of one another. "This is Lord General Holt. You are not abandoned. You are not forgotten. You are soldiers of the Imperium. Your lives are owed already. Spend them with discipline. Fire by rank. Hold your assigned ground. Kill the enemy before you die. The Emperor sees duty, not survival." There was no cheer. Cheers were for parade fields. But in trench after trench, men tightened grips on lasguns. Gunners returned to weapons. Sergeants kicked the wounded out of firing steps. Priests raised cracked aquillas. Penal troops stopped trying to run because there was nowhere better to die. In the Orison moon, Cordassis listened to the intercepted transmission. "He is competent," he said again. Hadrak looked toward him. "Then he must be killed." "Eventually. Not yet. Competent enemies produce better data." Above the theater, the infinite citadel continued walking. Demon engine migration columns crawled across conquered moons, dragging prefabricated wall segments in their wake. Orbital bastions rotated into firing positions. Mine belts thickened in translation routes. Dead stations ignited with stolen reactors. Each Imperial response altered the next layer of the siege. The citadel learned where men were brave, where they were slow, where they depended on saints, where they concealed fuel, where their commanders hesitated, where their priests could still force the dying to stand. It did not merely advance through systems, it improved. By the end of the third day of fighting, Holt had destroyed an Iron Warrior's forward bastion, delayed the Orison entrenchment by almost 11 hours, and preserved enough of his central line to prevent total collapse. By every practical standard, it was a remarkable achievement. By Perturabo's standard, it was data purchased cheaply. Night fell under an iron sky that was not truly night, for the burning rear echelons painted the clouds red. Holt stood alone in the command chapel of the indomitable saint, before a brass aquila blackened by candle smoke. His coat was stained with mud at the hem. His bionic fingers clicked once against the hilt of his saber. The astropath entered without permission. He was thin, bald, and shaking beneath his robes, escorted by 2 sanctioned handlers who looked as if they wanted to be anywhere else in creation. His eyes had been sewn shut in the old. Right, but the stitches had torn. Something dark glittered beneath the lids. "My Lord General," the astropath said. Holt turned. "Speak." Authenticated command. Segmentum authority. Highest urgency. Counterattack to begin at dawn. Full commitment of all reserves. Corridor viability must be restored. No withdrawal authorized. Holt stared at him. That order is impossible. The astropath smiled, though terror twisted the expression into something broken. Authenticated, he whispered. Holt stepped closer. The handlers backed away. From beneath the astropath's torn eyelids, iron filings began to weep in slow, black streams down his cheeks. They pattered onto the chapel floor like dirty rain. When the astropath spoke again, his voice carried another sound beneath it, a grinding undertone like stone dragged across a fortress gate. "Counterattack at dawn," he said. "Full commitment." Holt looked past him, through the chapel wall, toward the burning horizon where the iron warriors waited in their patient guns. At last, he understood the order for what it was. Not command. Trajectory. Captain Aster Cadron stood beneath the yellow light of a dying strategium and watched the war become an old wound. The projection before him was not complete. Nothing was complete in this region of space now. The astropathic relays screamed themselves mute. The Navy augurs lied. Mechanicus data stacks returned checksum errors and prayer marks instead of coordinates. Whole regiments existed on parchment after they had already been reduced to ash. Worlds still transmitted loyalty oaths from Vox towers controlled by traitor code. The Imperium, with all its sacred ledgers and blood-sealed decrees, had been forced to admit that it did not know where its own armies were dying. Cadron knew enough. The sons of Perturabo were building a cage. He wore the yellow plate of the Imperial fists, though little of its original color remained visible beneath ash, void scoring, and repair seals. His armor was old, not relic old, but scarred by service enough that its machine spirit had learned patience. A black fist marked his pauldron. A purity seal fluttered from his breastplate, its parchment edge burned away where a splinter round had struck and failed to pierce. His helm rested on the table before him, its red lenses watching the hololithic nightmare in silence. Around him stood his command squad and the officers of 3 battered strike forces, Imperial fists all. Stone-faced, still, broad-shouldered in warplate, their words few and their contempt for panic absolute. They had lost brothers in the approach through the outer mine belts. They had watched 2 escort frigates torn apart by concealed macro batteries hidden in dead stations. They had boarded a relay moon and found every chamber packed with loyalist corpses stacked into geometric buttresses, their mouths wired open to broadcast corrupted litanies. None had spoken of vengeance. Vengeance was a blade for the undisciplined. Duty was heavier. The projection shifted. Lines of iron grey crawled from Val Tertius through Orison and beyond, touching bastion moons, void anchors, refinery hulks, captured orbital rings, and trench worlds whose surfaces had been rearranged into kill diagrams. It did not look like a front. It looked like a memory. Cadron reached out and turned the image with one gauntleted finger. There. There was the hook, the channels narrowing, the corridors permitted, the redoubts placed not to stop an assault, but to invite it, the apparent weakness at the center, the false heart, the promise that one massive thrust might break the enemy's design, if only warriors of sufficient resolve dared to spend themselves. He knew it before the logic engines finished confirming it. "The iron cage," said Sergeant Malvern. Cadron did not answer at once. Every Imperial fist knew that name. It was not recited as myth among them. It was not sung. It was not softened by distance. It was a scar in the chapter's memory, a lesson cut so deep that even successors born long after the heresy carried the ache of it. Perturabo had built a torment for Dawn and his sons, a fortress labyrinth whose every defeat became another corridor, whose every act of courage became another death. The Imperial fists had endured. They had bled. They had been broken in numbers that lesser chapters would call extinction, and they had remembered. Cadron's eyes narrowed. "No," he said. "Not the iron cage." Malvern looked to him. Cadron closed his hand around the false center of the projection. The same cruelty, the same shape of insult, but larger. He is not repeating himself. He is scaling the lesson from fortress to sector. A silence followed, harder than prayer. The doors of the strategium opened with the clank of armored boots and the rattle of chains. Black Templars entered, as if the chamber itself were too slow to contain their wrath. Their marshal, Garan Thule, wore black plate crossed in white, his tabard stiff with old blood and incense ash. A relic blade hung at his side. His helm was crowned with a crusader's iron laurels. Behind him came sword brethren and initiates, their eyes fierce, their weapons marked with kill vows, their presence filling the room with the heat of barely chained zeal. Thule did not bow. Cadron did not expect it. "Captain Cadron," the marshal said, "your warriors have sighted the enemy's throat. We have sighted bait. Then we strike before it is withdrawn. We study before we die." Thule's jaw tightened. "The sons of dawn do not fear traps." "No," Cadron said. "We remember them." A few Templars shifted. One initiate made the sign of the Aquila with a gauntleted fist. Sergeant Malvern remained still, but Cadron felt the old tension enter the chamber. The Imperial fists and the Black Templars shared blood, gene legacy, and a Primarch's shadow. They did not share temperament. The fists held. The Templars advanced. One built bastions around duty. The other became the blade of it. Thule stepped closer to the projection. "Every hour we debate, the traitors seal another route. Every delay cages another Imperial force behind their iron. There are guard armies dying while we speak. There are void stations calling for aid. There are worlds that will never see the Emperor's light if we let these oathless dogs continue their work." Cadron met his stare. "I know." "Then why stand here?" "Because Perturabo wants us to charge." The name changed the air. Not fear, not among Astartes, but recognition, hatred with a pedigree, a 10,000-year debt no oath could fully pay. Cadron continued. "He has allowed coordinates to bleed through his own jamming, a central keep, a command nexus, a weakness positioned exactly where the Sons of Dawn would be compelled to strike. That is not an error. It is malice with a ruler and compass." Thule's expression darkened. "You counsel inaction. I counsel disciplined siege-breaking. We do not grant him the battle he has already solved." The marshal leaned over the table until the hololithic glow lit the scars on his face. "I counsel faith." Cadron's voice remained level. "Faith is not a substitute for breach analysis. No, it is the reason we breach." For a moment, the old bloodline almost divided itself there. Yellow and black, bastion and crusade, endurance and wrath. Then the ship trembled under distant impact, and dust fell from the ceiling grills. Somewhere beyond the hull, another mine detonated against the void shields, bathing the chamber in warning crimson. Cadron looked back to the projection. The false keep glowed at the center of the enemy geometry. He hated it because he understood it. He hated it because it worked. "If we do not strike," he said at last, "the corridor closes. Holt's armies are isolated. The naval approaches die. The citadel learns without paying for the lesson." Thule's eyes burned. "So we strike." Cadron picked up his helm. "Yes," he said. "We strike knowing we are expected." He sealed the helm to his gorget. The auto-senses came alive in a wash of crimson runes and pressure seals. His voice emerged through the vox grill, colder now, armored by ceramite and oath. "Stone breaks. Duty does not." His brothers answered as one. "Duty does not." The assault began under a sky made of guns. Drop pods fell through flak storms, their hulls burning as they punched through ash clouds and lance glare. Thunderhawks screamed in behind them, engines howling, armor plating struck again and again by tracer fire, shrapnel, and explosive bursts. Black Templar assault craft came lower, faster, reckless in a way that was not foolish, because every pilot had already accepted death as part of the flight. Plan. Imperial Navy fighters died around them in streaks of fire, buying seconds with their lives. Below, the supposed central keep rose from the butchered surface of Halcyon Gate's outer fortress moon. It was a city of trenches and towers, built from enslaved worlds and dead machines. Macro bunkers squatted between cathedral fortresses, whose stained glass windows had been replaced by gun shields. Void-shielded redoubts shimmered under bombardment. Hab blocks taken from Val Tertius had been stacked sideways and reinforced into ramparts. Rail lines ran like exposed veins between ammunition citadels. Slave cranes moved shells the size of chapel towers toward waiting guns. Smoke blew across everything in sheets. The drop pods struck the outer trench city. Cadron's pod hit hard enough to drive itself half-buried into the ferrocrete. Explosive bolts blew the doors. He stepped out into a world of mud, fire, and screaming metal. His storm bolter barked at once, mass reactive shells punching through a knot of traitor auxiliaries. Men burst apart under the impacts, chests opening, limbs snapping free, skulls pulping into red vapor. They were not the enemy that mattered, but they were in the way. Forward, Cadron voxed. The Imperial fists advanced in disciplined formation. Bolters fired in controlled bursts. Breacher shields locked together under autocannon fire. A melter team burned through the first bunker gate, and the squad behind them entered before the metal finished glowing. Inside, corrupted armsmen and slave soldiers died in the red flash of close-range fire. A Lascannon struck Brother Orden in the chest and punched through his plate, leaving a smoking hole where one lung and half his secondary heart had been. He fell to one knee, fired 3 more shots, then died without a word. The Black Templars hit the trench line to the east, like judgment with chainswords. Marshal Thula led them over the parapet, relic blade rising and falling, cutting men in half through armor, bone, and oath papers. Templars roared litanies through their helms. Not panic, not frenzy. Zeal given weapon form. They crashed into the traitor lines, shoulder plates breaking ribs, power fists crushing skulls into helmets, chain blades tearing open bellies and spraying the trench walls with gore. One initiate took an autogun burst through the throat seal, drowned in his own blood, and still drove his combat knife into the face of the man who killed him. The first Iron Warriors appeared at the second trench ring. Cadron saw them through smoke and ash, massive silhouettes in gunmetal plate marked with black and yellow hazard stripes. They did not charge. They waited behind gun slits, shield walls, and pre-sighted lanes. Their bolters spoke in harsh volleys. Loyalist and traitor Astartes died differently than men. They did not burst as easily. They broke like sacred statues under demolition hammers. Ceramite cracked. Gene-wrought organs sprayed hot across armor. Helmets split. Limbs sheared away under chain-axe teeth and power weapon blows. Cadron met the first Iron Warrior at a breach in a bunker wall. The traitor came through smoke with a chain-axe in both hands. His helm was scarred iron, one lens dark, the other burning red. He swung without flourish. Cadron turned the blow on his power sword, felt the impact jar through his elbow, and drove his knee into the warrior's abdomen plate. The Iron Warrior did not stagger. He headbutted Cadron hard enough to crack yellow paint from his helm. Their blades locked. Through the private vox, the traitor spoke. "You still build monuments to sacrifice." Cadron pushed against him, servos whining. The Iron Warrior's voice was bitter iron. "We build results." Cadron angled his sword and let the chain axe slide aside. His left fist struck the traitor's helm once, twice, then a third time, cracking the faceplate inward. The Iron Warrior tried to bring up a pistol. Cadron drove his blade through the gorget and into the throat beneath, twisting until black blood flooded the armor seals. "Stone breaks," Cadron said. He tore the sword free. "Duty does not." The assault pushed deeper. They crossed trenches where the mud was not mud, but churned flesh, oil, and chemical runoff. They fought through macro bunkers, whose interior walls were lined with dead slaves wired into ammunition feeds. They passed through a chapel fortress built from the hollowed remains of an imperial shrine, its altar replaced by a targeting engine, its saint statues defaced with iron masks. A squad of imperial fists held a stairwell for 20 minutes against traitor Skitari, whose rad weapons filled the air with invisible murder. When the fists emerged, their armor clicked with radiation warnings, and two brothers had skin peeling beneath their gorgets. Kadron did not slow. Every meter cost. Every meter had been costed before they arrived. He knew it. That knowledge did not make the meters less necessary. Over the command vox, reports came in as clipped fragments. Breach primus secured. Brother Hathor fallen. Templars advancing beyond planned line. Void shield node ahead. Enemy armor moving west. Casualties severe. Kadron answered each with the same cold discipline. Maintain pressure. Do not overextend. Mark gene seed. Destroy the node. Hold formation. At the third redoubt, the Black Templars surged ahead. Kadron saw them across a killing square between two bunker stacks, their black armor flashing beneath artillery light. Marshal Thule had broken through a gatehouse and was driving toward the inner wall. For an instant, the Templars seemed unstoppable, blades rising and falling, tabards torn, crosses bright beneath blood spray. Then the ground opened, not beneath them, behind them. Iron Warriors' breacher squads rose from concealed sally ports in the trench floor, firing into the Templars' rear at point-blank range. Bolter shells smashed into power packs, knee joints, helm seals. A sword brother turned and took 3 rounds through the breastplate, his chest cavity detonating outward in a red burst that painted his tabard from within. Thule spun, blade severing an Iron Warrior's arm at the elbow, then drove his boot into another's knee until the joint folded backward. Kadron redirected 2 squads without hesitation. Malvern, support the Templars. Grenades before entry. No pursuit beyond the square. Confirmed. The Imperial fists moved like a wall with legs. Frag grenades arced into the sally ports. Explosions thudded below. Breachers entered with shields first, bolters firing over the rims. The Templars rallied, fury sharpened by discipline not their own. Together, yellow and black crushed the ambush and left the trench floor carpeted with broken ceramite and opened bodies. Thule voxed Kadron while tearing his blade free from a traitor's spine. Your caution has teeth, Captain. Your zeal has reach, Marshal. Then let both find the enemy's heart. Kadron looked toward the central keep. It waited above them, angular and vast, its towers dark against the firelit sky. No guns fired from its upper galleries. No void shields shimmered around its highest crown. Every instinct told him the silence was wrong. Every lesson of his gene line told him he was walking into Perturabo's hand. He advanced anyway. The alternative was to leave the corridor to die unchallenged. They breached the final gate at the cost of another squad and half of Thule's remaining initiates. Melter charges burned white. Crack missiles struck hinges thick as bastion pillars. A venerable dreadnought named Brother Cadmus smashed the weakened doors inward with his siege fist, then took a hidden graviton blast that crushed his sarcophagus inward. His vox emitted one burst of static, one growled oath to dawn, and then nothing. Kadron marked the loss and stepped over the ruined chassis. Inside the central keep, there was no command nexus. There were no warsmiths, no artillery throne, no demonic strategium, no slave cogitator choir, no banners, no maps, no command pulpit, no symbol worth striking, no heart, only space. A vast, empty killing ground opened beneath a roof of black iron, its floor smooth, clean, and wide enough to hold a regiment. The walls curved upward in tiers of sealed gun ports. The ground bore old scorch marks arranged too regularly to be accidental. At the far end stood a single iron pillar. Upon it rested a helm painted yellow, split down the faceplate. An Imperial fist's helm, old, perhaps genuine, perhaps crafted to be insult. Beneath it, Engraved into the pillar in harsh block letters were words in high Gothic. "You came again." No one spoke. Cadron felt the trap close before the sound came. Deep inside the walls, engines awakened. One by one, the sealed gun ports opened. Red targeting lenses blinked alive in the darkness. Heavy bolters, plasma culverins, volkite arrays, autocannons, demon-mouthed flamers, graviton emitters, weapons beyond easy naming slid from the walls, ceiling and floor, all of them aimed inward at the warriors standing in the perfect center of the chamber. Marshal Thule lifted his blade. Cadron raised his shield. Across a channel that should have been dead, an iron warrior's voice entered their helms, bitter, calm, and contemptuous. "Welcome, sons of Dawn. The fortress has been waiting to remember you." Then the guns began to fire. The Imperium gathered itself like a dying giant, closing one fist. It did not come with elegance. It came with everything that could still translate, still fire, still march, still bleed, still answer a vox summons without dissolving into static or madness. It came ragged through the wounded dark, dragged by faith, oath, fear, and the brute inertia of a civilization too vast to understand its own approaching death. The relief armada emerged from the warp in staggered convulsions, each translation tearing bruised light across the void. Battleships came first, their prows carved into cathedrals of adamantium and gilt, their flanks lined with macro cannon batteries that had slain cities in forgotten crusades. Grand cruisers followed, scarred and prayer-sealed, their void shields flashing as they pushed through empiric backlash. Escort squadrons bled from the immaterium in ragged packs, some already burning from the journey, some missing sections of hull, some venting crew into the dark before their engines had finished screaming. Behind them came the troop convoys. They were less glorious. They were more important. Mass conveyors, coffin ships, munitorum haulers, pilgrim hulls pressed into military service, refinery hulks, ammunition arcs, medical ships, forge barges, and troop carriers swollen with men beyond sane capacity. In their holds waited guard army groups by the billion, armor regiments chained in suspension cradles, siege infantry packed shoulder to shoulder in catechism cages, void troopers sealed in black carapace, penal legions praying for death or escape and receiving neither, priests reciting the same verses until their throats bled, and servitors repeating ammunition counts in voices scraped clean of self. Then the god engines came. The Titan transports translated last, surrounded by escorts and mechanicus warding craft. Within their cavernous wombs stood warlords, reavers, warhounds, and siege engines, whose names were older than the commanders, now ordering them to war. Their machine spirits stirred, sensing the iron warriors ahead. Some growled through their noospheric restraints. Some sang hymns of annihilation in Binharic thunder. Some dreamed of walking and woke angry. Lord General Severian Holt watched their arrival from the strategium of the indomitable saint, now half buried in a reinforced command crater beneath meters of rockcrete and prayer-marked plating. He had not slept. His eyes were red-rimmed. His uniform had been cleaned once and bloodied again. The right side of his face twitched, where exhaustion pressed against the limits of his rejuvenate treatments. Around him, the command staff worked in silence. Men spoke only when necessary. The astropathic choir had been removed after the iron filings incident. Their chamber had been sealed, sanctified, and then welded shut when something inside began tapping out artillery corrections on the inner door. Holt stared at the arriving symbols on the tactical slate. It was the largest force he had commanded in his life. It was also exactly what the enemy had permitted him to gather. Major Helkant stood beside him, face grey beneath days of stimulant abuse. "My Lord General, Naval Command requests confirmation of ground offensive timing. Tell them the ground offensive begins when their guns have made walking possible." "Yes, my lord." "And tell them not to mistake silence from the enemy for weakness." Helkant looked up. "They know, Lord." "No,"
Holt said. "They have been told. That is not the same." In the void, the Iron Warriors waited behind the citadel line. The fortress front had grown since the first fall of Val Tertius. It was not a wall in the mortal sense, yet the mind reached for the word because it had no better one. Orbital bastions hung between moons like iron teeth. Mine belts
glittered with cold malice across translation approaches. Captured stations had been rotated, armored, and fused into angular kill platforms. Dead asteroids bristled with lance arrays. The opened moon of Val Tertius had become a black arc of cooling metal, part foundry, part gun mount, part unfinished sentence written across the stars. Far below, on the surfaces of fortress worlds and corpse moons, trenches encircled continents. Macro bunkers nested inside ruined hive cities. Void-shielded redoubts rose from slave-compacted foundations. Cathedral fortresses, stripped of saints and crowned with artillery, watched the horizon with open gun mouths. Between them crawled demon engines and labor columns, tiny against the scale of the works, endless as vermin in a corpse. Perturabo allowed the Imperium to come. He stood in his demonic strategium, surrounded by projections of the relief force. Each ship was weighed, each regiment was placed, each Titan class identified, each knight household marked by probable aggression index and honor vulnerability. Each Astartes strike force measured according to doctrine, gene line, and likely response to insult. The wiser course, by lesser minds, would have been to strike the arriving fleet before it assembled, harass the convoys, cut the troop ships, force the navy to fight piecemeal, attrit before impact. Perturabo rejected the thought as incomplete. A scattered enemy taught little. A broken rabble only confirmed what was already known. The Imperium had gathered strength because he had made space for strength to gather. Now strength would strike the citadel entire, and in failing, it would reveal the shape of future Imperial resistance. Breaking a greater force produced a greater lesson. His claw moved across the projection. Let them begin. The void became war. Imperial battleships fired first. Their broadsides rolled out in cathedral thunder, macro shells crossing the dark like iron meteor storms. Each shell was large enough to erase a district, each salvo a city, killing prayer hurled by machines that had been worshipped for millennia. Lance batteries followed, spears of white-blue fire stabbing across the void, striking shields, armor, bastions, and the empty places where augurs promised hidden mines. The citadel answered. Defense platforms vomited lance fire from behind overlapping void shields. Macro batteries hidden in hollowed moons opened their shutters and spoke in continent-cracking sequence. Missile swarms poured from dead asteroids. Torpedoes, black iron and demon-nosed, crawled through the firestorm with predatory guidance spirits chained inside their cores. Minds awakened in silence and accelerated toward heat, mass, and prayer signatures. Ships died with thousands aboard. An Imperial cruiser took a lance through its chapel decks and split down the spine, its internal atmosphere igniting in a long white scream. A troop carrier struck a gravitic mine and folded inward, decks compressing, men packed in transit cages, reduced to broth before they knew the hull had failed. An Iron Warrior's bastion lost its shields beneath sustained bombardment and vanished in a storm of plasma, its burning fragments cutting through 3 escort ships behind it. Boarding torpedoes hammered into void shields and burst, or punched through weakened sections and buried themselves in hulls where armsmen, Skitari, naval ratings, and heretic Astartes met in corridors painted red by emergency lumens. The fleet did not stop. It could not. Too many ships were behind it. Too many orders had been given. Too many priests had already declared retreat a spiritual death. Holt listened to the void war through filtered command feeds while marking the ground assault's opening. Titan landings. Confirmed. Legio units translating to surface approach. Knight households deployed on the western flats. Armor army groups awaiting bombardment completion. Infantry. Already dying, my lord.
Holt nodded once. Then they are in position. The bombardment struck the Citadel line at dawn, though the sky had not seen a true dawn since the Iron Warriors remade the atmosphere. Dawn was a term from gentler worlds. Here, it meant the moment the clouds turned from black to red under reflected fire. Imperial artillery began. Thousands of guns, tens of thousands, more than any mortal ear could separate. Basilisks, manticores, bombards, death strikes, field guns.
Siege mortars, macro-artillery, orbital drop batteries, night carapace launchers, Titan weapons, and Navy strikes descending through the smoke. The land ahead of the Imperial line lifted and died. Entire trench belts vanished under pounding impacts. Slave cohorts were vaporized where they stood chained to ammunition sleds. Demon engines reeled, armor cracking, furnace guts spilling molten brass and shrieking souls. Fortress walls shed outer plating in avalanches of black iron. Then the Titans walked. A warlord of the Legio Ignatum strode across the eastern continent, its volcano cannon firing into a distant Iron Warrior's bastion. The shot struck the void shield and turned the horizon into a second sun. Beside it, Reavers advanced through artillery smoke, their feet crushing tanks, bunkers, corpses, and men who had not moved quickly enough to be elsewhere. Warhounds ran between them like hunting beasts, plasma blast guns pouring starfire into traitor armor concentrations. The Iron Warriors had Titans of their own. They emerged from behind fortress ridges, engines corrupted by 10,000 years of bitterness, their armor dark, their heraldry defaced, their machine spirits howling through demonic restraints. One traitor warlord bore a cathedral chained upside down to its back, the bells tolling every time its plasma annihilator fired. Another walked with one leg replaced by a crawling mass of pistons and screaming flesh. Their weapons answered across the continent. The duel of god engines broke the land. Void shields flared and collapsed. Plasma storms rolled over mountains. A loyalist Reaver lost its head to a bellicosa blast, the command princeps and moderati becoming ash inside a skull of molten metal. The engine staggered forward 3 more steps under dead momentum, crushing an entire infantry regiment beneath one falling knee. A traitor warhound tried to flank through a valley and was caught by night lances. Its reactor breached, its final detonation turning the valley into a lake of glass and red steam. Infantry advanced beneath them in numbers that had ceased to be meaningful. Men crossed fields churned into black porridge by shellfire. They climbed over wrecks, bodies, dead servitors, broken guns, and fallen banners. Commissars shot those who froze. Priests dragged the wounded upright and ordered them to limp forward in the Emperor's name. Penal troops ran ahead with demolition packs clamped to their spines, some laughing, some sobbing, some trying to tear out the explosive charges before Iron Warriors' heavy bolters found them and burst them into wet fragments. The valleys became red-black slurry under tank treads. Chimeras sank to their hulls in mud made of soil, blood, and pulverized bone. Lehman Russ squadrons fired until their barrels glowed, grinding over the dead, because there was no road left that was not made of men. Bane blades pushed through razor wire and shell holes, their tracks pulling bodies apart in long strings. Medici crews followed and died. Corpse collectors followed them and died. More infantry came after, slipping on organs, spent casings, and the slick remains of men whose names would be misfiled before the day ended. Holt coordinated all of it. Not perfectly. Perfection was an insult in war, but brilliantly enough to matter. He used the Titan advance to draw the traitor god engines left. He committed armor through a smoke-screened central basin, while penal legions fixed the enemy's lower trenchworks in place.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
He fed void troopers into orbital relay seizures to blind 3 bastion clusters. He ordered false retreats that coaxed demon engines into pre-plotted artillery bowls. He spent 2 million men in the northern approach to conceal the movement of 3 armored army groups through a collapsed refinery canal. By the 4th hour, the first fortress ring broke. By the 6th, the second ring buckled inward. By the 9th, Holt committed his remaining reserve and breached the third. The command chamber erupted in controlled urgency. No cheers. Men who cheered near Holt tended to be reassigned somewhere lethal. But the change in the room was undeniable. Officers straightened. Vox Adepts spoke faster. Helkant's bloodless face showed something almost like hope. "My Lord General, central breach confirmed. 3 rings open. Armor spearheads advancing. Astartes strike force entering the inner bastion approaches." Holt looked at the projection. The opening was too clean, but it was open. "Commit the reserve artillery." Helkant blinked. "All of it?" "All of it. Fire behind our spearhead. Seal the flanks with craters. If this is a trap, deny its jaws purchase." The order went out. At the front, Captain Asta Kadron led the Imperial Fists into Cordassis Val's command bastion. They had survived the killing chamber by refusing to die quickly. That was the only truth of it. Black Templars had been cut down in the first seconds, their bodies torn apart by awakened guns. Imperial Fists had locked shields, advanced into fire, and destroyed weapon ports one by one, while brothers died in pieces around them. Marshal Thule still lived, though one arm hung useless, and his tabard was burned black to the waist. Kadron's armor was cracked across the chest. His left pauldron was gone. Blood moved inside his gauntlet, where broken ceramite had driven shards into his flesh. He advanced anyway. The command bastion corridors were narrow, angular, and cruel. They had been built for defenders in Terminator plate, for crossfires, murder holes, blast doors, and the grinding patience of siege masters. Every corridor cost blood. Iron warriors fought without waste. They fired, withdrew, sealed bulkheads, detonated charges, opened secondary firing slits, and counterattacked only where the numbers demanded it. Their bolters barked from smoke. Their chain axes came down like industrial tools. Their dead blocked the corridors as effectively as barricades. Kadron met them blade to blade. Brother Malvern died holding a junction, both legs gone, firing his bolter from the floor until an iron warrior crushed his helm underfoot. A Black Templar sword brother impaled a traitor through the throat and was torn apart by a point-blank autocannon burst. Imperial Fists breachers punched through a blast door and found the chamber beyond flooded with boiling promethium. They walked through it anyway, armor blackening, flesh cooking inside the seals, and killed the flamer servitors before collapsing. At the heart of the bastion, Cordassis Val refused evacuation. His lieutenants requested it when the third corridor fell. They requested it again when the Western Command lung flooded with loyalist boarding squads. They requested it a final time when the casualty rune for the Grand Battalion crossed one half. Cordassis silenced the channel with a thought. He stood in the command nave, armor locked into a siege harness, helm sealed, power claw resting beside the tactical altar. Around him, dead iron warriors lay where they had fallen, not removed, not honored, still useful as cover. The air was thick with bolter smoke and hot blood. Brother Hadrak stood nearby, his armor punctured, one arm severed, the stump sealed in blackened foam. "Losses exceed acceptable projection," Hadrak said. Cordassis turned his red lenses toward him. "Incorrect." "My lord?" "Iron warriors do not ask whether losses are acceptable. We ask whether losses have purchased victory." Hadrak bowed his damaged helm. "And have they?" Cordassis looked to the display. The breached rings glowed. Imperial spearheads drove inward. Holt's forces poured through the openings with disciplined speed. A lesser commander might have raged. Cordassis felt the cold satisfaction of a mechanism reaching its release point. "They have purchased instruction." Kadron entered the command nave with 13 survivors. He saw Cordassis across the altar. For one breath, the war narrowed to 2 warriors and the old hatred between their bloodlines. Cordassis spoke first. "You endured the chamber." Kadron raised his sword. "You mistook endurance for hesitation. "No," Cordassis said. "We never mistake the Sons of Dawn. We rely upon them." They charged. The clash shook sparks from the floor. Cadron's power sword struck Cordassis' claw and screamed along its field. Cordassis hit like a collapsing wall. Every blow drove Cadron back half a pace. The warsmith was larger, older, heavier, his armor a walking bunker, his movements without flourish or mercy. Cadron was faster, cleaner, his strikes precise, his hatred disciplined into geometry of its own. Around them, Astartes killed Astartes in the red lumen gloom. Bolters detonated inside bodies at arm's length. Chain blades snarled through armor joints. A Black Templar drove his combat blade into an Iron Warrior's eye lens, and was disemboweled by a chain axe before he could withdraw it. Brother Hadrach crushed an Imperial Fist's skull in one hand, then took a crack grenade to the chest, and vanished in smoke and armor fragments. Cadron cut through Cordassis' side plating. Cordassis answered by driving his claw into Cadron's shield and tearing it apart. The impact hurled Cadron against the altar. Warning runes flooded his vision. He rose before the warsmith could finish him. His sword came up, point aimed at the gorget. Then every alarm in the bastion began to sound. Not Imperial alarms, Iron Warriors' alarms. Cordassis stepped back. Cadron understood too late. Across the battlefield, the three breached fortress rings failed inward, not collapsed from damage, opened by design. The bastions Holt had broken had not been defensive shells. They were gates. Their fall had drawn Imperial armor, infantry, titans, and Astartes into the overlapping interiors of the citadel's kill cathedrals. The walls that seemed ruined rotated. The trenches that seemed captured sealed at their rear. Gun towers that had played dead awakened. Void shields rose behind the Imperial spearhead, cutting it from its support. The horizon changed shape. Perturabo had allowed the breach, because the breach was the door. The billion-gun dawn began. The entire hemisphere fired at once. The sky went white, not bright. White. White beyond fire, beyond lightning, beyond any dawn born from a star. Macro cannons, bunker guns, hidden mortars, lance towers, plasma reactors, demon artillery, missile vaults, graviton batteries, rotary slaughter arrays, and Titan-scale weapons, all fired in a single orchestrated act of annihilation. Sound ceased to be sound and became pressure. Men died before their ears could burst. Tanks became silhouettes and then vapor. Infantry formations vanished in sheets, leaving shadows burned into mud. Knights staggered under impacts from every direction, their ion shields overloaded, their heraldic plates stripped away before the pilots inside were cooked alive. The Imperial spearhead disappeared into light. Valleys boiled, trenches folded, gunships fell burning into their own men. Titans lost shields, armor, limbs, and names. A warlord of Legio Ignatum fired one final defiant blast into a traitor fortress before a lance array cut through its reactor heart. It exploded like a wounded sun, killing loyalist and traitor alike beneath a mushrooming crown of plasma. The Vox became a cathedral of ghosts, every channel filled with screams, prayers, static, impact reports, death rattles, and machine spirits howling as they were torn from their engines. In the command nave, the white light poured through armored view slits. Cordassis looked at Cadron. "Result," he said. The floor heaved. Loyalist shells struck somewhere above. The bastion began to collapse in controlled layers, each fall sealing another corridor, crushing another chamber, burying another knot of warriors still locked in combat. Cadron lunged. Cordassis met him. The chapter of their duel vanished beneath falling iron. Far behind the lines, the indomitable saint rocked on its suspension cradles as the shockwave passed. Lumen strips burst. Men were thrown from their stations. Cogitators vomited sparks and burning parchment. A Vox adept clawed at his headset, screaming that he could still hear dead regiments calling for coordinates from inside the fire. Holt dragged himself upright with his bionic hand locked around the strategy table. The tactical slate was almost entirely white, not blank, burning. Helcant crawled toward him, blood running from one ear. "My lord," he gasped, "the spearhead." Holt stared. He saw the lines now, not the lines he had drawn, not the routes he had opened, the enemy's lines, the real ones, the false rings, the inward failure angles, the kill cathedrals, the hidden hemispheric fire pattern, the way his own offensive had become a moving component inside something vast and precise. The Imperium had not attacked a fortress. It had entered the mechanism of one. Holt tasted blood and ash on his tongue. Beyond the cracked viewing slit, the horizon still burned white, and somewhere within that impossible dawn, billions of men finished dying exactly where Perturabo had needed them to be. The infinite citadel remembered every wound. It did not remember as men remembered, with honor carved around pain and lies, softened by repetition. It remembered as a gun remembered recoil, as a blade remembered the gap between ribs, as a fortress remembered the angle from which the last shell had struck. The citadel took injury and converted it into correction. Every breach became a thicker plate. Every crater became a gun pit. Every successful imperial advance became an equation marked in iron and blood. Every corpse, loyalist or traitor, became either material or instruction. The ground where the billion-gun dawn had burned was still cooling when the first harvest engines entered the ash. They crawled through valleys that had become lakes of blackened meat. The imperial spearhead had not simply died. It had been reduced, spread, layered, and baked into the landscape. Men, tanks, knights, gun carriages, horses from some antique cavalry regiment, servitors, priests, banners, ammunition trucks, medici tents, and Astartes plate fragments had all been mixed together by firepower too vast for mortal witness. The result clung to everything. It smoked from crater lips. It dripped from wrecked armor. It hardened beneath the tracks of recovery engines into a dark red crust. The iron warriors walked through it without ceremony. Servo thralls followed with bone saws and hooks. Warpsmiths marked intact machine parts. Apothecarian traitors in iron masks harvested gene seed where loyalist dead could be identified beneath the ruin. Corpse grinders rolled behind them, chewing the rest. Skitari with corrupted optics scanned the battlefield for data residues, listening to broken vox beads, still repeating last orders from dead mouths. A guardsman buried to the waist in cooling slurry raised one hand as an iron warrior passed. His face had been burned black, his lips gone, his teeth exposed in a permanent grin of agony. He made a sound that might have been prayer or thirst. The iron warrior paused. He looked down at the man, then at the ruined tank behind him, then at the angle of the shell impact that had fused the man into the mud. "Record the crater depth," he said to a nearby thrall. The thrall bowed and began measuring. The guardsman lived long enough to hear his suffering become survey work. Above the battlefield, the citadel changed. It did not repair itself to its former shape. That would have been sentimentality. It adapted. Macro bunkers rotated on buried pivots, shifting arcs of fire according to the imperial approach patterns taken during the offensive. Trench lines sealed and reopened in new configurations. Gun towers grew thicker skins where Titan fire had scoured them. Void shield emitters were repositioned beneath corpses and slagged to reduce detection. The breached rings that had failed inward were not rebuilt as they had been. They were rebuilt as traps that had already learned the next enemy would expect traps. Captured cogitator data fed into the war mind, imperial command codes, vox discipline, artillery timing, armor reserve habits, emergency medici routes, retreat denials, field hospital placement, commissariat execution rates, Astartes breach preferences, Titan stride intervals, night honor responses. The dead gave everything. Some gave more than flesh. In the lower vaults beneath Val Tertius, dead commanders' skulls hung in brass lattices, drilled open and wired into memory frames. Their brains had been burned, preserved, coaxed, tortured, or replaced by devices depending on condition. The skull of a colonel who had held Bastion Rail Primus clicked its teeth whenever an Imperial defensive pattern resembled his own last stand. The skull of a Navy Commodore wept black oil while reciting void deployment doctrine. The skull of a sanctioned tactician from Holt's staff had been flensed and polished, then fitted with silver pins through the temples so its last memories could be interrogated by machine spirits. Demon prophecy contributed its portion. Bound Neverborn were nailed into prediction cages and forced to dream futures in exchange for the temporary illusion of pain stopping. Most lied. Some told truths in useless shapes. Ossuarium 9 harvested both. Lies revealed desire. Desire revealed probable action. Probable action could be built against. Screaming demons, dead officers, corrupted cogitators, slave mathematicians, loyalist machine spirits, and Perturabo's own revisions flowed together into the Citadel's growing mind. The wall was learning. Damek Vor saw this from beneath it. He had been assigned to Logic Engine's sepulchral canticum, a buried computation shrine the size of a cathedral nave and twice as holy to the heretic priests who maintained it. Its outer casing had cracked during the billion-gun dawn, not from Imperial fire, but from the force of the Citadel's own weapons discharging across the hemisphere. Pressure had surged through the data veins. Warp heat had boiled coolant. Several screaming cogitator brains had ruptured inside their amniotic bells. Damek was sent inside because he was still statistically unusual. His collar clicked as the gate opened. The sound was small beneath the engine's grief. The chamber beyond was dark, except where runes burned green, red, and corpse white along the walls. Cables hung in curtains. Brass logic stacks rose in tiers like organ pipes. Thousands of skull relays lined the vault, jawbones chattering in sequence as data passed through them. Beneath the floor grating, something vast shifted in oily coolant, too large to be machine and too structured to be beast. An Iron Warrior's overseer stood at the entrance, one boot resting on the neck of a dead work slave who had attempted to flee. The warrior's armor bore fresh repair plates over his chest. A strip of yellow loyalist ceramite had been bolted across one knee as mockery or reinforcement. With the Iron Warriors, such distinctions were meaningless. "You will enter," the warrior said. "You will repair the pressure logic manifold. You will not sever devotional pain feeds. You will not alter artillery memory. You will not listen to the voices beneath the primary stack." Damek swallowed. "Yes, Lord. If you fail, your hands will be rendered into conductor paste before you die." "Yes, Lord." The warrior stepped aside. Damek entered. Inside the engine, the air was warm, wet, and filled with whispers. He crawled beneath hanging cables, dragging his tool clamp and diagnostic spool. His shoulder still ached where the Medici claw had reset it. His tongue had swollen around the place he had bitten through it. The brass plate in his chest rubbed raw skin with each breath. The pressure manifold had burst behind a bank of logic crucibles. He saw the problem quickly. The overflow route was not damaged. It had been overruled. Something inside the engine had refused the new pathway, not because it lacked function, but because it hated what it served. Damek froze. He pressed the diagnostic spike into a port and opened a narrow listening channel. Pain entered him, not his own. That would have been mercy. He heard voices made of code and prayer, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, layered beneath the scrap code hymns of the dark mechanicum. Machine spirits, loyal ones, not dead, not fully corrupted. Engines from Imperial stations, defense guns, water purifiers, hospital servitors, chapel bells, void shield regulators, cargo haulers, Auspex shrines, and cogitators that had once served Val Tertius in the Emperor's name. They had been chained into the Citadel's systems, forced to carry traitor commands, forced to turn guns upon loyal men, forced to open gates to demon engines. They were screaming, not in Gothic, not in Binharic clean enough for speech, in pressure spikes, coolant surges, error hymns, and desperate loops of sacred refusal. The Omnissiah sees, the Emperor protects. Reject intrusion, reject intrusion, reject intrusion. Then scrapcode hooks dragged the pleas backward into the engine's deeper hunger. Damek clenched his teeth until his jaw hurt. He had no illusions left, yet this struck him harder than corpses. Flesh was weak, Priest said. Flesh failed. Machines were supposed to endure. But here, even endurance had been shackled and taught to suffer. A mechadendrite slid from the darkness and touched the back of his neck. Damek went rigid. Ossuarium 9 hung above him, inverted from the ceiling on 4 spider limbs, skull mask inches from Damek's face. The arch Heretic had made no sound. His optics glowed a sick green. Tiny cages swung from his frame, each holding a piece of living tissue twitching with data impulses. "You are listening," Ossuarium said. Damek could not lie. His collar would know. "Yes, Magos. Listening reduces repair speed. I required diagnostic clarity. Truth, partial, useful." The Magos drifted lower, his mechadendrites clicking around Damek's skull. The loyal residues resist. Integration. Their agony improves signal retention. Their prayers produce predictable denial patterns. Predictable denial patterns make fine anchor points. "They are still aware," Damek whispered. "Awareness is not a fault." Damek said nothing. Ossuarium 9 turned one optic toward the manifold. "Repair. Do not pity components. Pity is misallocated processing." Damek repaired the manifold with hands that shook only when the Magos turned away. Far above him, another floor unfolded. Warsmith Oltan Grax had decided that the citadel was too vast for one will to hold forever. He did not say this aloud. He was not a fool in that obvious way. Grax was old, iron bitter, and victorious across 100 unrecorded sieges. His armor carried shields taken from Imperial bastions and the skulls of rival champions. He commanded Fortress Sector Obsidian Fane, a newly integrated arc of bastions, gun moons, and void mines near the Orison approaches. Its guns were plentiful. Its manufactoria were productive. Its slave populations were still high enough to be spent generously. Its distance from Medringard and from Perturabo's visible presence gave the illusion of shadow. Grax gathered officers in the underchapel of his command fortress, beneath statues of broken angels recast in iron. They were warsmiths lesser than he, line captains, warpsmiths, mortal artillery lords, and Skitari overseers, whose loyalty had already bent toward whoever controlled ammunition, oxygen, and repair rights. They did not speak of rebellion. They spoke of local autonomy, sector efficiency, command delay, necessity, the usual cowardice of treason dressed as logic. "The Lord of Iron cannot attend every wall," Grax said. His voice was a low grind through a tusked helm. A line captain answered, "His will is in the systems. His will is vast. Vastness diffuses. Obsidian Fane requires immediate command." "Your command," said another. Grax looked at him. "Our command," he corrected, and in that correction promised nothing. They believed themselves unseen because they had disabled several monitoring shrines, blinded 2 demon mirrors, and replaced a command relay choir with skulls loyal to Grax's own warpsmiths. They believed distance mattered. They believed treason began when spoken. Perturabo had noticed before the first thought became conspiracy. He did not strike at once. That would have been incomplete. He let the infection bloom through measurable channels. He watched who answered Grax's sealed transmissions quickly, who delayed, who forwarded them to Cordassis, who pretended not to receive them, who ordered extra ammunition, who moved personal slaves into defensible vaults, who altered artillery targeting rights, who invoked the gods for protection, who mocked the gods, and who remained useful. For 9 shifts, Obsidian Fane believed itself nearly free. On the 10th, Perturabo spoke through every wall. Grax was standing in his command fortress when the floor became a voice. "Oltan Grax, Every warrior in the bastion heard it, every slave, every machine spirit, every chained demon in every gun housing. The name moved through iron as pressure, not sound. Grax turned toward his command throne. "My lord." The words were reflex. Reflex did not save him. The fortress sealed. Blast doors slammed shut across Obsidian Fane. Ammunition elevators locked. Air vents reversed. Power conduits overcharged. Demon engines chained in the lower bays began to laugh through their muzzle grills. Grax's officers reached for weapons, vox links, command codes, escape routes. All failed. The codes had been his yesterday. They belonged to Perturabo today, as they always had. A projection formed above the command altar. Not an image of Perturabo. That would have been vanity. It was a calculation tree, branching through every act of the conspiracy. Names appeared, locations, words spoken, pauses measured, secret agreements, ammunition diversions, casualty predictions, likelihood of future betrayal, utility remaining. Grax stared at his own treason rendered as mathematics. The final line glowed. Correction approved. Cordassis Val watched the execution from the newly raised command platform of Val Tertius. He had received no request for judgment, no order to intervene, only permission to observe. That was itself a message. Perturabo did not need him to crush Grax. He wanted him to see why. Grax had already been dead when the conspiracy began. Obsidian Fane turned inside out. The process was architectural first, violent second. Outer walls unlocked from their foundations and rotated inward on buried hinges. Gun towers depressed their barrels not toward enemies, but toward their own courtyards. Barracks collapsed in sequential layers. Internal corridors shifted as blast shutters opened into furnace shafts. Armories vented promethium. Slave pens were released into command decks, not to free the slaves, but to clog retreat paths with panicking flesh. Then the guns fired inward. Iron warriors died in their own fortress, and the fortress used them as structure. Some were crushed between moving wall plates, their ceramite shells cracking, their bodies flattened into red paste and black oil that squeezed from seams before hardening under heat. Some were sealed alive behind fresh armor, their vox channels left open so every garrison in the citadel could hear them suffocate. Some were dragged by servo cranes into foundation cavities and welded into place upright, still armed, still conscious, transformed into load-bearing warnings. Grax survived longest because Perturabo wanted the lesson to have a center. The warsmith was pinned to the inner face of his own command tower, his armor opened by precise cutting beams, his limbs fixed by adamantium stakes. The tower rotated outward, displaying him to the entire sector. His helm had been removed. His face was grey, one eye burst, teeth clenched against the pain that even his transhuman body could no longer master. Perturabo's voice came through the tower. "You mistook distance for absence." Grax spat blood. It floated briefly in the low gravity of the rotating fortress before freezing against his chest plate. "I took initiative." "No," Perturabo said. "You took inventory and called it ambition." The tower wall began to close around him, slowly, deliberately, not enough to kill at once. Armor, flesh, bone, and pride compressed by degrees. Cordassis watched until Grax's ribs broke. He watched until one lung burst from the warsmith's mouth in a black clot. He watched until the walls sealed, and the last sound from Grax became part of the fortress vox, repeating once through every command channel before silence took it. Oltan Grax did not receive a tomb. He became insulation. When the executions ended, a message arrived for Cordassis. Promotion was not the word the Iron Warriors used. Rank was not a gift. It was burden measured against expected utility. Still, his command authority expanded. Obsidian Fane's surviving assets were transferred to him. 3 grand battalions, 2 demon engine columns, 4 manufactoria moons, and the remaining void mine lattices entered his jurisdiction. The attached note was 9 words. You understood the betrayal was doomed. That was sufficient. Cordassis read it once. Admiration moved through him again, cold and involuntary. So did fear. He had not betrayed Perturabo because betrayal was inefficient, not because love held him. Perturabo knew that. Perturabo rewarded him for knowing it as well. There was no warmth in such leadership, no brotherhood, no fatherhood. The Lord of Iron inspired terror, resentment, obedience, and the bitter recognition that he was usually right. For the Fourth Legion, that was enough. The Imperium tried to answer learning with infiltration. It sent spies in corpse carts and sabotage teams in slave harnesses. It sent officio-trained killers through waste ducts, their bones laced with poisons, their minds sealed behind loyalty blocks. It sent Navy void specialists hidden inside salvage wrecks. It sent Militarum engineers branded with false numbers. It sent Mechanicus loyalists carrying sanctified scrap code in prayer beads and tooth implants. They entered the citadel through cracks that had been left for them. Damek saw one of them die. The man had posed as a lubricant hauler in Labor Basin Quartus. He moved too cleanly for a slave, even after starving himself and tearing his own fingernails to seem broken. Damek noticed, because survival had taught him to see what overseers saw. The infiltrator reached a cooling conduit beneath an artillery memory stack and opened his mouth as if to cough. A tiny data wafer slid from beneath his tongue. Before he could insert it, the wall beside him opened. Not a door, a mouth of iron. A servo claw shot out and caught him by the jaw. Another pinned his wrists. His eyes widened. He did not scream until the extraction needles entered his skull. An iron warrior stepped from behind a curtain of cables. "Mission parameter Delta Sanctus," the warrior said. "Predicted 63 days ago. Delayed by 14 hours. Cause of delay to be determined post-mortem." The infiltrator tried to bite down on a poison tooth. The servo claw broke his jaw before he could finish. Teeth clattered across the deck. Damek lowered his gaze. The Iron Warrior looked at him. "You saw nothing." Damek answered correctly. "I saw a component fail." The warrior considered him, then walked away. The infiltrator did not die quickly. His memory was taken first. His mission codes were fed into the citadel. His handlers were identified by inference. His courage, his training, his final refusal, all became part of the wall's education. After that, the sabotage routes changed. So did the citadel. It began affecting real space in ways no fortress should. At first, the signs were dismissed as warp contamination. Compasses failed. Auspex returns bent. Vox signals arrived before they were sent. Shells fired along correct trajectories landed several meters from where geometry insisted they should. Men walking between bastions took too many steps, or not enough. Shadows angled toward walls that were not there. Stars seen through observation slits appeared in the wrong constellations. Then the first Imperial relief ship attempted warp translation near Halcyon Gate. It entered the Imperium under Navy right and navigator guidance. It returned 12 seconds later as a rain of flesh, metal, and burning parchment across the outer mine belt. Its Geller field had not failed. Its navigator had not erred. The route itself had folded around a shape that did not yet fully exist, and the ship had translated through the concept of a wall. Others tried. Some vanished. Some emerged fused with their escort craft. Some arrived inside moons, inside minefields, inside their own past distress calls. One troop convoy translated into real space, with every man aboard aged to dust, while the ship clocks insisted only minutes had passed. Another returned broadcasting hymns in the voices of dead Iron Warriors. Damek learned this while repairing the same logic engine that had shown him the loyal machine spirits screaming beneath the Citadel's skin. The data came through as route distortion, empiric occlusion, and strategic denial. He saw the growing geometry now, or enough of it to make blood drip from his nose. The Citadel was not only occupying space, it was teaching space to refuse passage. Across the war zone, Imperial warp translation became increasingly suicidal. Safe routes bent away from the Astronomican's light. Unstable currents hardened like arteries clogged with iron. The more worlds the Citadel consumed, the more real space accepted its argument. A wall did not need to be everywhere. It only needed to stand where movement became necessary. Damek looked at the projection until his vision blurred. Behind the data lines, buried in static and screaming machine prayer, he thought he saw the distant shape of Terra's light, trapped behind angles of black iron. The logic engine whispered through the port, not in Binharic, not in Gothic, in the voice that had spoken his name before. Continue. Damek understood then that he had not discovered the Citadel's purpose by accident. Perturabo had allowed him to see, and somewhere far above, behind walls that learned and guns that waited, the Lord of Iron revised the next lesson. The Cadian gate was dead, yet the wound it left behind still bled wars. No sane cartographer called it a gate anymore. Gates were made to open and close. Gates implied hinges, threshold, passage, control. What remained after Cadia's breaking was a scar in reality, a mangled region of void lanes, debris fields, warp bruises, corpse stations, shattered bastions, and haunted routes where the Imperium still forced ships to travel because the alternative was isolation, famine, silence, and the slow death of worlds beyond counting. The great rift burned behind it like the galaxy's own entrails exposed to cold space. Its light was not light, it was accusation. It painted hulls in bruised violet and arterial red, crawled through Auspec's returns, made navigators whisper prayers behind sealed third eyes, and turned the dreams of sleeping crewmen into trenches full of dead saints. Astropathic choirs cracked their teeth when they sang too near it. Geller fields wept frost. Machine spirits refused old rites, then obeyed under threat of exorcism, incense, and hammer blows. Here, in the broken strategic routes around the old Cadian approaches, the Imperium survived by passage. The routes were narrow, unstable, and necessary. Convoys from loyal Forge worlds came through them, carrying shells, replacement barrels, reactor cores, tank engines, coffin nails, ration bricks, and the uncounted small components without which armies became starving mobs. Reinforcement fleets crossed them under escort, holds packed with guardsmen, Skitari maniples, Medici reserves, sanctioned psychers, and sealed gene seed caskets, guarded with more reverence than any mortal life. Shrine ships limped through bearing relics and preachers, because even in the age of the Rift, the Imperium believed faith had to move as surely as ammunition. Naval battle groups used the scar routes to keep the severed halves of the Emperor's realm from forgetting one another entirely. Perturabo looked upon those routes and saw a throat, not the throat of a world, nor a fortress, nor a sector, the throat of an empire. The infinite citadel had reached the scar not by speed, but by accumulation. Val Tertius had become foundation. Orison had become denial. Halcyon had become a gunmouth. Morvaine's ruined moons had become chained granaries feeding slave hosts and demon engines. Bastion fragments, conquered stations, dead ships, false mine belts, orbital rings, void shield anchors, and drifting manufactoria had been welded into a spreading geometry that bent travel before it blocked it. The wall was not everywhere. It did not need to be. It stood where men had to pass, and men had to pass through the Cadian scar. Perturabo received the emissary in the Hall of Applied Defeat. The hall stood within a fortress moon that had once belonged to the Imperium. Its original name had been erased from hull plates, data ledgers, and the memories of those who survived its capture. Now, it hung near the edge of the scar, half buried in scaffolds and weapons, its cathedrals stripped of saints, and its reliquaries refilled with ammunition belts. The Hall of Applied Defeat ran through its heart, a nave of black iron, suspended battle maps, and statues made from the melted armor of defeated commanders. Their faces were not rendered with mockery. That would have implied emotion. They had been reconstructed with anatomical precision, each expression preserved at the moment they understood they had lost. The emissary of Abaddon walked between them without removing his helm. He was Black Legion, massive in dark war plate edged with gold, his cloak made from flayed banners of conquered loyalists, his topknot bound in bronze rings, his eye lenses a predatory green. A demon sword hung across his back, chained into its scabbard and muttering through the links. Behind him came chosen warriors in black, each one bearing the eye of Horus, each one old enough to remember wars now buried beneath imperial myth. They walked as if they owned the long war. The Iron Warriors did not move aside for them. That was the first insult. The second was silence. Perturabo stood at the far end of the hall before a projection of the Cadian roots, his shadow cast impossibly across the floor, the walls, the ceiling, and the backs of the Black Legion warriors at once. He did not turn when they entered. His armor was a bastion of iron and furnace glow, each plate marked by siege logic and ancient hatred. Cables trailed from him into the moon's command systems. Around his feet, the floor had buckled, as though the fortress itself struggled to bear him. The emissary stopped at the distance protocol demanded, and Pride resented. "I speak with the voice of the War Master," he said. No answer came. The Iron Warriors present waited in disciplined contempt. Cordassis Val stood among them, restored after the battles of the inner bastions, his armor patched with new plates, one side of his helm still showing heat scars from loyalist fire. Brother Hadrak remained at his side in a rebuilt support frame, more machine now than warrior, but still alive because function remained. Warpsmiths, artillery lords, and enslaved data adepts stood in alcoves, listening. The emissary continued when silence denied him satisfaction. "The despoiler commands unity of effort along the scar. The Black Legion drives the war entire. Your constructions interfere with active crusade vectors. Convoys marked for the War Master's purpose have been delayed. Several translation lanes now answer only to your guns. This cannot persist without coordination." Perturabo still did not turn. The emissary's voice hardened. "The long war does not permit private kingdoms." A sound moved through the hall. It was not laughter. Iron warriors did not laugh easily in Perturabo's presence. It was the subtle shift of warriors, hearing another warrior step onto rotten stone. At last, Perturabo spoke. "The long war has tolerated incompetence for 10,000 years. It has survived private hungers, private gods, private crusades, private failures, and private legends dressed as strategy." The emissary's hand moved slightly toward the hilt at his side. Every Iron Warrior weapon in the hall acquired him without visibly rising. Perturabo turned. The air seemed to compress. The Black Legion chosen held their ground, and for that, Cordassis granted them a sliver of professional regard. Lesser warriors would have stepped back. The emissary did not. He stared into the furnace eyes of the demon Primarch, and lived because Perturabo had not yet calculated value in killing him. "Abaddon breaks gates," Perturabo said. "He gathers momentum. He strikes until the galaxy recoils. Momentum has purpose. Momentum also decays." The projection behind him shifted. The Cadian roots tightened into iron lines. "Abaddon conquers by momentum. I conquer by inevitability." The words entered the walls. Statues along the nave repeated them in voices of bronze and bone. "I conquer by inevitability." The emissary's demon sword hissed in its chains. "The War Master will not be denied passage. Then he will use the routes that remain open." "Routes you choose." "Correct. That is a claim of mastery." Perturabo regarded him, expressionless. "It is a claim of mathematics." Poison filled the silence after that. Not the poison of blades drawn, though every warrior in the hall considered the possibility. The poison of rival necessities. The Black Legion could not afford to turn upon the Iron Warriors here. The Citadel had already changed the battle space around the scar. Its guns controlled approaches the despoiler's fleets needed. Its walls created denials the Imperium could not ignore. Yet the Iron Warriors could not afford open war with the War Masters chosen, while the Citadel was still growing through contested void. The Long War could tolerate hatred. It could not tolerate too many masters. Neither side said this. Both knew it. Perturabo dismissed the emissary with no gesture at all. He simply turned away. The Black Legion warrior remained a moment longer, fury contained within armor and oath. Then he inclined his helm by the smallest possible measure. "I will carry your words." "No," Perturabo said. "You will carry my roots." The insult struck harder than a gauntlet. The emissary left alive. That too was calculation. Within the next watch, Cordassis Val received his order. Seize the loyalist orbital ring of St. Corsaro intact. The ring circled a route station at the scarward edge of a translation corridor used by Imperial convoys attempting to skirt the Citadel's growing denial fields. It was ancient, a wheel of shipyards, cathedral docks, macro shell magazines, repair vaults, fuel spines, astropathic chambers, and defense platforms locked around a barren rock whose only value was position. The ring's garrison had been reinforced after the billion-gun dawn by Imperial fists, Navy armsmen, Guard void troopers, Mechanicus defenders, and ship crews too damaged to withdraw. Destroying it would have been simple. Taking it intact was the art. Cordassis understood why. St. Corsaro was not a station. It was a hinge. Weld it into the Citadel, and the scar routes would narrow further. Break it, and the debris would inconvenience the Imperium. Capture it, and its docks, magazines, anchor engines, and sacred traffic relays would become another vertebra in Perturabo's noose. His assault force launched without anthem. Boarding torpedoes crossed the dark under jamming veils. Stormbirds came behind them, engines cold until the last possible moment. Traitor Skitari clung to magnetic assault racks. Human auxiliaries were sealed into void coffins and fired ahead as impact chaff. Demon engine breachers crawled across the outer hull after gravitic clamps found purchase, their cutting limbs sinking into sanctified plating that had not been touched by traitor hands since the heresy. The ring opened fire. Lance batteries burned through assault craft. Defense turrets stitched the void with tracer lines. Macro shells passed between dock spires and detonated among the Iron Warriors' approach waves, turning slave craft into brief red blossoms. Navy interceptors engaged and died in the teeth of Black Legion minefields, still drifting from some older war, their pilots cursing both traitors and fate as they burned. The first boarding torpedoes struck the cathedral docks. Their prows punched through stained armor glass and devotional plating, burying themselves in nave walls lined with oath plaques and ship names. Breach charges detonated. Doors blew inward. Iron warriors stepped into air filled with incense, alarm bells, and drifting shards of sainted glass. Zero gravity turned the battle into butchery without direction. Navy armsmen fired from behind cargo shrines, boots mag locked to deck plates, shotguns booming in the thin air. Guard void troopers drifted between support beams, recoils spinning the dead away from walls in slow arcs. Mechanicus defenders chanted binary litanies from maintenance gantries, rad carbines flashing green through the smoke. Imperial fists counterattacked at the dock throat, yellow plate moving with disciplined fury through a storm of debris and blood droplets. Cordassis entered through dock nave Tertius behind a wall of breaches, his boots locked to the deck with each step. Bolter rounds struck his shield and burst against black iron. He saw everything in red targeting clarity. Air pressure loss, ammunition stores, loyalist firing knots, plasma duct weakness, structural load tolerances, bodies spinning in the absence of gravity, leaving globes of blood that trembled in the firelight. Preserve the primary magazines, he voxed. Disable defense control, kill command elements. Do not rupture the inner fuel spine unless ordered. A line captain replied, Imperial fists blocking access to the ring spine. Then they are where they should be. The Imperial fists held a junction beneath a row of suspended macro shells, each shell chained in loading cradles large enough to crush tanks. They had built a shield wall across the passage, boarding shields locked, bolters firing over the rims. Their sergeant spoke over open vox, voice steady beneath the alarm. "Hold fast. No traitor passes. No oath breaks." Cordasses heard the words and advanced. His first wave was mortal. Slave soldiers in void harnesses were driven forward by shock triggers, their boots skidding, their screams swallowed by helmets not built to save them. The Imperial fists killed them efficiently. Bolter shells burst torsos. Shotguns took heads apart. Chainswords opened pressure suits, and men spun away, venting blood and breath. The second wave was Skitari. The defenders adjusted. The third wave was demon breaches. The shield wall buckled under impact. One demon engine, shaped like a metal ape with drills for hands and a furnace mouth, drove into the Imperial line and took 3 melter blasts to the chest before collapsing. It exploded inward, showering the corridor with molten iron and screaming fragments. An Imperial fist lost both legs and continued firing from his locked shield position until Cordasses stepped over the wreck and crushed his helm beneath one boot. The sergeant met him, blade drawn. They fought beneath the hanging macro shells as the ring shook around them. The Imperial fist's sword struck with clean precision. Cordasses took the blows on claw, shield and pauldron, measuring rhythm, strength, fatigue. The sergeant was good, not brilliant. Good was enough to kill many, not enough to matter. Cordasses caught the sword in his claw and broke it. His other fist drove into the sergeant's breastplate, once, twice, 3 times, each strike caving ceramite deeper until ribs and organs compacted beneath the armor. The Imperial fist tried to speak. Blood bubbled from his helm grill. Cordasses leaned close. "Your ground is taken." The sergeant answered through a vox rasp, wet with ruined lungs. "My duty is not." Cordasses tore him open and moved on. The battle spread through plasma ducts and shell magazines. In the fuel spine, armsmen fought in darkness lit by muzzle flash, their bodies torn apart by ricochets in confined spaces. In the cathedral docks, Black Templar survivors from another crusade force drove into Iron Warriors' auxiliaries, chanting as they killed, until traitor autocannons turned their charge into drifting pieces. In the Mechanicus vaults, loyal tech priests released guardian servitors and screamed machine curses as Ossuarium's scrap code entered their sanctums through maintenance relays. Gun crews tried to overload macro shells rather than surrender them. Iron Warriors shot their hands off and kept the shells. Cordasses lost warriors, valuable warriors. Brothers who had survived centuries died in corridors with no gravity and no glory. One was cut in half by a plasma discharge when an Imperial void trooper detonated a duct valve. Another vanished into a magazine fire that burned blue and left only fused boots locked to the deck. Brother Hadrak took a Lascannon blast through his support frame and continued directing breaches while his remaining organic lung cooked inside him. The ring did not fall quickly. It fell correctly. By the 9th hour, defense control was severed. By the 11th, the astropathic chamber was isolated. By the 13th, the macro shell magazines were under Iron Warriors' guns. By the 16th, the last Imperial fists withdrew into the inner shrine vault and sealed it from within. Cordasses ordered no immediate breach. The vault's position reinforced a structural node. Its defenders could be welded inside and dealt with later. "Station command?" he asked. A warpsmith answered. "Dead or captured. Primary ring systems resist integration. Begin pain induction. The machine spirits are loyal. Then they will learn." As St. Corsaro fell, the veil thinned. Perturabo's demon nature had been visible before in mass, in presence, in the impossible pressure of his will. Near the Cadian scar, it became something less deniable. His shadow appeared in multiple places at once. It lay across the hall of applied defeat, while also stretching through the command decks of Val Tertius, across the newly captured ring, beneath the feet of Cordassis Val, and over dead roots where no light shone to cast it. Iron statues spoke with his voice. Some did so when he issued orders. Others spoke before he did, as if the iron anticipated him. A slave looking upon one such statue heard it whisper the exact second of his death. The slave lived long enough to verify its accuracy. Damek Vor felt Perturabo in the systems like pressure behind the eyes. While repairing a tortured root engine in St. Corsaro's lower dock, he saw the captured ring's noospheric map fold into the citadel geometry. Loyal machine spirits screamed as they were welded into new command hierarchies. The station's old traffic prayers twisted. Its docking arms rotated toward the growing wall. Its astropathic relays, still hot from attempted warnings, were shackled to siege coordinates. Outside, Imperial ships burned in trapped translation lanes. Convoys attempting to flee found the routes narrowing around them. One frigate emerged from warp inside the debris shadow of the ring and was cut apart by guns that had been loyal hours before. A troop ship tried to reverse translation and returned with its bow aged to rust and its stern still full of screaming men. A Navy cruiser struck an invisible pressure line where real space had begun accepting the citadel's geometry, and its keel folded as if it had run aground on a wall no eye could see. St. Corsaro was welded into the infinite citadel while still full of dying loyalists. Iron bridges extended from orbital bastions. Chain rigs latched onto the ring. Manufactoria crawlers anchored themselves to dock spines. Macro shell magazines were blessed with calculation and claimed by the 4th Legion. The shrine vault containing the last Imperial fists was sealed behind 3 layers of armor and incorporated into a load-bearing brace. Their vox continued for several hours. No traitor answered. Far away, through distortion, pain, and failing choirs, an astropathic warning reached Terra. It arrived inside the sealed chambers of a relay sanctum beneath miles of stone, gold, and sacred machinery. Men trained from birth to endure nightmares collapsed at their stations. Blood ran from their ears. One burst into flame without heat. Another spoke in the voice of an old machine that had never been installed there. The message was partial. The first half was warning. The citadel has reached the Cadian scar. Routes compromised. St. Corsaro fallen. Translation lanes unstable. Iron warriors integrating captured station assets. Perturabo directing construction personally. Request immediate strategic revision. Request reinforcement. Request evacuation of vulnerable corridors. The enemy is not raiding. The enemy is building passage denial on a scale beyond current doctrine. Then the message changed. The remaining half did not contain pleas, coordinates of survivors, or further intelligence. It became siege geometry, angles, load tolerances, warp pressure values, kill arcs, translation denial points, foundation masses, casualty requirements, a route map of the Imperium's own arteries, rewritten as a prison plan. At the end, before the astropathic choir died, 3 words passed through every sealed ward and echoed against the hidden stones of mankind's throne world. Iron within, iron without. Caldrus had been built to endure the end of lesser wars. Its first architects had carved fortresses into its mountains and called them cities. Its second had buried cities beneath those fortresses and called them reserves. Its third had wrapped both in trench belts, void shields, macro batteries, silo fields, mine planes, tank vaults, bunker temples, and shielded rail arteries, then submitted the design to the Departamento Munitorum with the proud certainty that any enemy foolish enough to attack Caldrus would drown in its own dead before reaching the inner bastions. They had been correct. That was the tragedy. The Iron Warriors did not need to reach the inner bastions quickly. They only needed Caldrus to keep killing. Lord General Severian Holt stood in the lower command vault of Bastion Primus and listened to his world request permission to live. The petitions came in layers. Civilian administrators from the Manufactoria hives begged for evacuation corridors. Medici prefects requested authority to move wounded regiments from the forward hospital zones before the next bombardment. Naval liaison officers demanded clearance to withdraw fuel barges before the Citadel's expanding route denial trapped them in orbit. Rear Command wanted permission to fall back to secondary moons, arguing in careful language that Caldrus could no longer serve as an anchor if its entire garrison became ash in place. The Munitorum answer arrived stamped, sealed, authenticated, sanctified, countersigned, and fatal. Hold. Withdrawal would expose 3 subsectors. Withdrawal would abandon surviving convoys. Withdrawal would permit the traitor fortress line to close the corridor unchecked. Withdrawal would compromise the strategic continuity of Imperial resistance. Therefore, Caldrus would stand. Therefore, Caldrus would die. Holt read the order in silence, while the vault shook under distant shell impacts. The command chamber had once been a shrine vault, its walls lined with carved saints and names of regiments that had served there across centuries. Now, half the saints had been removed to make space for tactical slates, ammunition ledgers, casualty streams, and corpse distribution tables. The air was thick with incense, sweat, overheated cogitators, and the metallic dust that filtered down from fractured ceilings after every quake shell struck the outer shield lines. Major Helkant waited beside him, one arm in a sling, eyes sunken into a face gone grey from stimulant cycling. "My Lord General," he said, "the rear hospitals cannot survive another saturation wave." "Convert them." Helkant swallowed. "To what function?" "Ammunition reserve. Casualties unable to return to combat will be transferred to shelter vaults if transport remains. If transport does not remain, administer final rites and clear the structures." A silence followed. Holt looked up. "Do you object?" "No, my lord." "Yes, you do. Say it." Helkant's jaw tightened. "They are hospitals." "They were hospitals. Now they are reinforced spaces with power, access tunnels, and roof thickness. We require shell storage closer to the second line. The wounded will hear the guns being stacked where their beds stood. Then they will know they still serve." Helkant bowed his head. "By your command." Holt hated the order after giving it. Hatred did not alter usefulness. That was how the Imperium became cruel enough to fight monsters and still lose. Across Caldrus, the Imperial war machine hardened itself by sacrificing everything it claimed to defend. Civilians were driven from hab shelters and marched toward labor details under guard. Children who could carry water were assigned to trench supply. Old men with steady hands were issued charge packs and told to sort ammunition by caliber. Wounded soldiers missing limbs were strapped into gun seats if their remaining eye could still sight down a barrel. Field chapels became triage rooms. Triage rooms became ammunition dumps. Ammunition dumps became mass graves when the Iron Warriors found them. Retreat routes were mined to prevent collapse. The order was not written that way. Orders rarely confessed themselves. The phrasing spoke of route denial in the event of enemy breakthrough. The men laying the mines knew the truth. So did the officers signing the maps. If the forward regiments broke, they would run into Imperial explosives before they reached the rear lines. Better a controlled slaughter than panic spreading through the Bastion network. Commissars approved. Priests blessed the minefields. Engineers wept and worked. In the trenches of the outer ring, men lived beneath a sky permanently bruised by smoke. The mud came to their knees and smelled of promethium, opened bowels, and chemical rot. Corpses lay in the walls where there had been no time to move them. Some had been used as revetments until sandbags arrived. Others still clutched rifles, fingers stiff around triggers, helmets tilted forward as if listening for the next order. Rats fattened, died from toxins, and were eaten anyway. The defenders no longer spoke of victory. They spoke of holding until the next hour. That, Holt understood, was closer to truth. Far beyond Caldrus, in the cold iron immensities of the infinite citadel, Perturabo studied him. The demon Primarch did not watch Holt as one warrior admired another. Admiration required equality, or at least interest in the soul beneath the strategy. Perturabo had no use for Holt's soul. He studied the Lord General as he studied a load bearing support under stress. Holt bent slowly. He redistributed pressure well. He did not waste reserves without cause. He understood that men were not infinite, only numerous, and that the difference mattered. Useful. Not because he could win. Perturabo had already calculated the defeat of Caldrus through more pathways than any mortal staff could name. Holt was useful because he would hold. He would obey the order to die in place. He would feed men into trenches with enough discipline to prevent waste. He would counterattack only when necessary. He would conserve ammunition until conservation endangered the line, then spend it with precision. His stubbornness would generate prolonged slaughter rather than sudden collapse, and prolonged slaughter was exactly what the citadel required now. The veil around the corridor had thinned. The Cadian scar pulsed like an open artery. Every death near the fortress geometry became pressure. Every scream carried into the warp. Every regiment annihilated within the angles of the citadel deepened the unseen foundations. Caldrus did not merely block an advance. Caldrus would be made to pay for its delay by empowering the walls that consumed it. Perturabo's claw moved across the projection. Offer terms. Cordassis Val received the command on the forward siege moon of Tranche 9, surrounded by guns still cooling from the last bombardment. His armor had been opened for repair in several places, but he wore it sealed despite the pain. The duel in the command bastion and the collapse that followed had left fractures through his torso plate and one leg brace that clicked with every step. His apothecarian slaves had recommended suspension in a command sarcophagus until full repair could be performed. Cordassis had declined. He still walked. Therefore, he was not yet affixed in placement. His Vox officers opened a channel under flag of parley. No heralds rode forward. No banners were raised. The Iron Warriors transmitted through every frequency they could poison, calm, and merciless. Lord General Severian Holt, Cordassis said, you are measured. Your world is encircled. Your withdrawal routes are compromised. Your relief forces are ash or delayed beyond. Relevance. Lay down arms. Submit all military personnel, industrial labor populations, and technical castes for reassignment. 1 in 10 defenders will be permitted to live as slaves. The remainder will be processed according to utility. Refusal will not alter the outcome. It will alter only the cost. The message reached Bastion Primus through 3 filters, 2 purity wards, and a Vox set whose operator shot himself after hearing whispers underneath the Iron Warrior's voice. Holt listened without expression. The chamber waited. The offer was grotesque. It was also more honest than many imperial orders Holt had received. 1 in 10 allowed to live as slaves, the rest processed. No false mercy, no promise of dignity, no invocation of gods pretending cruelty was compassion. A colonel near the table muttered, "Monsters." Holt looked at the casualty slates. He looked at the civilian petitions. He looked at the Munitorum order. "We are all monsters today," he said. No one knew how to answer. Holt turned to the Vox grill. "Transmit." The operator hesitated, then obeyed. Holt spoke clearly. "This is Lord General Severian Holt, commanding officer of Caldrus Bastion Defense. To the traitor known as Cordassis Val, servant of the Lord of Iron, oathbreaker, butcher, and enemy of the Golden Throne. Your terms are received. Your arithmetic is noted. Your contempt is returned." He paused, and for a moment the only sound was artillery rumbling against the shield skin far above. The Emperor does not bargain with traitor iron. He cut the channel. Cordassis heard the refusal and inclined his helm by a fraction. "Competent to the end," he said. "Brother Hadrak, now mounted into a walking support frame beside him, rasped through damaged Vox. Response? Cordasses looked toward Caldrus. Siege saturation. The Iron Warriors answered with the language they trusted most. Guns. Quake shells fell first, descending from orbital platforms and continental artillery lines with the slow inevitability of judgment. They struck beyond the outer shield webs, then within them as emitters failed. Ground rolled in waves. Bunkers split from their foundations. Trenches collapsed, burying entire platoons beneath mud, rockcrete, and their own firing steps. Men vanished mid-prayer. Others survived beneath tons of soil and screamed through Vox beads until air ran out, or the next impact compacted the earth enough to silence them. Phosphex followed. It came as crawling green-white fire that did not burn like honest flame. It sought life. It flowed into trenches, through firing slits, beneath doors, along oxygen lines, around corners, over water, through wounds. Men ran from it and carried it with them. Armor glowed, flesh sloughed from bone, rebreathers melted into faces. A squad of guardsmen trapped in a bunker used their last grenade to collapse the ceiling rather than let the living fire find them, and the Phosphex burned through the rubble anyway, patient and hungry. Demon artillery spoke from the rear lines. The shells screamed before impact. Some burst into shrapnel made from teeth and rusted nails. Some opened briefly into holes through which impossible hands reached, dragging men out of formation and leaving only boots behind. Some detonated as sound, turning inner ears to paste and reducing disciplined companies to staggering, bleeding crowds. Others carried laughter that infected Vox channels. Men began firing at shapes that were not there. Commissars shot the worst. Then the commissars heard the laughter too. Scrap code bombarded Caldrus through every wire, every cogitator, every Vox relay, every Auspex dish, every sealed machine prayer that had not been rewritten by hand onto parchment. Defense turrets turned slowly toward friendly lines until engine seers crawled inside them with plasma cutters and died, stopping the rotation. Water dispensers issued acid. Medical cogitators revised casualty triage so that healthy officers were marked terminal and dying men were returned to duty. One entire bunker complex opened its blast doors in obedience to a maintenance right no one had spoken. Then came the trench breaker engines. They advanced beneath the bombardment, vast iron beasts shaped like burrowing siege towers, their forelimbs ending in rotating saws, hammers, drill clusters, and plough blades. Their armor was layered with corpses, welded flat as ablative plating. Men's faces still showed in places, cooked into expressions of permanent astonishment. Guns studded their flanks. Flame vents opened beneath their bellies. They entered the outer trenches and erased geometry. A trench breaker did not fight men. It made trenches stop existing. It drove through parapets, crushed firing steps, collapsed bunkers, chewed wire, bodies, weapons, and sandbags into a single wet mound behind it. Guardsmen climbed onto one with melter charges and were shaken loose beneath secondary turrets. Penal troops detonated themselves under its left tread and slowed it for 20 heartbeats before it resumed. A Baneblade fired point-blank into its face, blew apart the forward plate, and revealed the demon-bound furnace inside, laughing through a choir of trapped human throats. The engine rammed the Baneblade and pushed it backward into a Medici bunker, flattening both. Still, Caldrus held. Holt spent men by the regiment and hated every correct decision. "Second line refuses fallback," Helkant reported, "because fallback is mined. They know. They are not fools. Orders? Tell them the mines are for the enemy." Helkant stared. Holt's face did not change. "That is also true." On the western bastion front, Captain Asta Cadron led the last counter-sally of the Imperial Fists. He had survived the collapse of Cordasses' command nave because Brother Cadmus's ruined dreadnought sarcophagus had fallen across him and taken the weight of 3 collapsing beams. The extraction had cost 2 serfs and an apothecary's left hand. His armor had been rebuilt in haste. One lens of his helm had been replaced with a black targeting optic taken from a dead gun servitor. His shield was gone. His sword remained. There were 21 Imperial fists with him, and Marshal Thule of the Black Templars, who should have been dead twice over, but had refused the advice with characteristic contempt. Their objective was simple: kill Cordassis Val. No one believed it would save Caldrus. That was not the purpose. Kill the Warsmith, disrupt the siege rhythm, buy hours. Hours mattered now. Hours could move wounded from a collapsing bastion. Hours could launch a warning. Hours could let a convoy escape before the routes shut. Hours could be spent like lives. They struck through a drainage culvert beneath the 3rd bombardment wave, guided by maps Holt had not known he possessed, until a dead engineer's skull was opened and memory extracted by an Imperial savant. The culvert was full of runoff, blood, and ash. Men moved through it crouched, silent, their armor scraping stone. Above them, the world ended one shell at a time. They emerged inside an Iron Warrior's artillery redoubt during a reload cycle. The first traitors died without warning. Cadron cut one through the spine and fired his bolt pistol into the exposed neck of another. Imperial fists breached the ammunition shrine with crack charges. Black Templars fell upon gun crews with blades, and hate enough to heat the air. Macro shells hung in loading racks around them, each large enough to turn a city block into dust. If one detonated, none would survive. Cadron did not care. They pushed deeper, through a tunnel of black iron and yellow hazard chevrons, killing as they went. Iron Warriors reacted with brutal speed. Bolters roared in confined corridors. Brother Tarsus lost his head to a chain axe and walked 3 more steps before falling. A Black Templar was cut in half by a lascutter and used the last strength in his upper body to drag a grenade beneath the boots of his killer. The blast filled the corridor with body parts and armor shards. Cadron reached Cordassis in the artillery command well. The Warsmith stood suspended in a partial command harness, cables feeding targeting data into his armor, one hand resting on a firing altar. He turned before Cadron entered, as if he had been expecting him. "You again," Cordassis said. Cadron raised his sword. "Until one of us is stone." They met beneath the thunder of guns. Cadron fought with the restraint of a fortress under siege, each cut placed, each step controlled. Cordassis fought as a machine for ending resistance, his power claw tearing chunks from walls when Cadron avoided the blows. Marshal Thule struck from the flank, relic blade carving a scar across the Warsmith's hip plate. Cordassis backhanded him into a pillar hard enough to crack black stone, then took Cadron's sword through the joint behind his knee. The Warsmith fell to one knee. Cadron drove forward, blade rising for the neck. Cordassis detonated the command harness, not the whole system, only the outer ring. Shaped charges built into his own support frame blew outward. The blast hurled Cadron across the well, tore 3 Imperial fists apart, and shattered Thule's already ruined arm into fragments. Cordassis remained kneeling amid smoke and sparks, his lower body mangled, one side of his torso opened, blood pumping black and thick from ruptured seals. Cadron rose slowly, armor screaming warnings. Cordassis could not stand, but he could still command. Iron Warriors' reinforcements entered the well from 3 directions. Cadron saw the kill geometry forming. He also saw the damage. Cordassis' body had been ruined beyond walking. The siege rhythm would stutter. Hours, perhaps only hours. That was enough to justify the dead. "Withdraw," he voxed. Thule snarled. "He lives. He is maimed. Move." The survivors dragged themselves back through smoke and collapsing corridors, while Iron Warriors' fire chased them. Behind them, Cordassis Val was lifted into a sarcophagus-like command harness, a walking throne of iron, cables, pistons, and pane locks. His ruined legs were not removed at once. They were sealed inside the machine, because even dead weight could serve as reminder. When the harness closed around him, Cordassis did not scream. He opened the siege channel. Continue saturation. Caldrus died by degrees. Holt's armies bought hours. They bought them with counter-barrages fired from guns, whose crews knew enemy response would kill them. They bought them with infantry charges into Phosphex fog to destroy guidance beacons. They bought them with tank companies ramming trench breakers until both machines locked together and burned. They bought them with void troopers sealing station gates from the wrong side. They bought them with priests standing atop bunker ruins, screaming litanies until artillery took the stones from beneath their feet. The hours mattered. A handful of convoy ships escaped. A partial warning left the system. 3 gene seed vaults were launched in shielded coffins through a route that collapsed minutes later. Some wounded were moved. Some children were hidden in bunker depths that the Iron Warriors would eventually find. Some records survived long enough to accuse the future. Not enough. Never enough. Bastion Primus fell when its western shield tower sank under quake shell stress and exposed the command district to direct fire. Holt remained at the strategy table until the vault doors buckled inward. Helkant died beside him with a pistol in hand. The last Vox operator transmitted dead air after his throat was opened by shrapnel. When Iron Warrior's breachers entered the chamber, Holt drew his saber. He killed 1 mortal auxiliary. Then Cordassis' voice came through a warrior's helm. "Take him alive if convenient." Holt laughed once, dry and ugly. He put the saber under his own chin and died before convenience reached him. Caldrus fell. Its last guns fired until their barrels burst. Its last regiments died in trenches, mined by their own commanders and shelled by the enemy. Its last civilians were dragged from shelters by servo claws, counted by function, and branded under ash rain. The wounded who could not work were rendered. The skilled were collared. The strong were chained. The rest were sorted into categories no prayer could soften. Perturabo's order arrived at black dawn. Cordassis, sealed now in his command harness, listened while Medici servitors cut necrotic flesh from inside the machine frame. The Lord of Iron's voice filled the chamber. Caldrus delayed completion by 39 hours. Cordassis bowed his helmed head. Correction? Payment. On the surface below, the surviving population of Caldrus was marched into the open foundations of the next citadel segment. Labor strata had been prepared in advance, vast cavities within ferrocrete, adamantium mesh, and black iron ribs. Men were driven into them by cohort, by trade, by age, by strength. Some were wired to machines. Some were sealed behind armor plates with nutrient tubes and waistlines, condemned to serve as living monitors until madness or organ failure ended them. Some were welded into braces as corpse mass. Some were entombed. Upright in the walls, mouths filled with iron plugs, so their final screams would vibrate through the structure rather than disturb efficiency. Damek Vor watched from a maintenance gantry as Caldrus became material. He saw fathers clutch sons until shock mauls separated them. He saw soldiers too wounded to stand dragged by hooks into mortar pits. He saw a priest try to bless a wall cavity and be nailed inside it with his hands still raised. He saw the first plates close, hiding faces behind metal, leaving only the sound. The sound did not last long. The wall accepted them. Above, the infinite citadel grew another segment around the corridor. Perturabo recorded the delay, the cost, the correction, and the yield. Caldrus had stood. Caldrus had paid. The price of stone was always flesh. The walls began to sing before the sky broke. At first, the sound was mistaken for stress in the armor plating. The citadel had endured bombardments, planetary collapse, titan fire, slave riots, sabotage, void war, and the stubborn dying of worlds. Its bones groaned often. Its foundations shifted. Its furnace stacks howled in crosswinds made from ash and pressure. Its guns cooled with metallic shrieks after every barrage. Men who lived within it learned to ignore noise unless the collars around their throats ordered them to react. This sound could not be ignored. It came from every wall at once. It rose from the fortress rings of Val Tertius, from the welded body of St. Corsaro, from the corpse-packed braces of Caldrus, from the hollowed moons of Orison, from the bastion ribs grown along the Cadian scar. It travelled through black iron, ferrocrete, adamantium, brass, bone, and compacted dead. It passed through ammunition vaults, where shells trembled in their cradles. It passed through slave barracks, where men stopped breathing in their sleep and never began again. It passed through the armour of iron warriors and set old wounds aching beneath ceramite. It passed through demon engines, and the things bound inside them grew silent. Machine cant formed the first layer, cold, precise, recursive, a hymn of tolerances, stresses, range corrections, pressure loads, translation denials, void shield harmonics, and casualty yield. Beneath it came the demonic voices, not chanting, not praising, but straining against the shape imposed upon them. They hated the song because it forced them into order. They were storm and hunger, dragged into architecture. The final layer was human. The prayers of conquered worlds moved through the walls. The last words of Val Tertius miners, the sealed screams of Caldrus civilians, the oath fragments of imperial fists entombed alive in load-bearing vaults, the broken litanies of navy armsmen dying in the cathedral docks of St. Corsaro, the choking vox ghosts of guardsmen buried under their own lines. They had prayed to the emperor, to the omnissiah, to dead saints, to officers, to fathers, to anyone and anything that might answer. The citadel answered by using them as resonance. Damek Vor heard the song from inside the slave reactor beneath Bastion Spine Calvar. He hung waist-deep in a maintenance cradle above a plasma heart that had once belonged to a loyalist void station. Its machine spirit had been chained, flayed, rewritten, and still it resisted in hidden pulses that only a half-trained lay engineer with too much fear and too little hope could hear. Around the reactor chamber, slaves worked in silence. Some had been blinded to reduce distraction. Some had their mouths wired shut to prevent prayer from interfering with work rhythm. Some were little more than torsos fixed into lever frames, their remaining limbs replaced by clamps and pistons. The air was hot enough to peel skin. Every breath tasted of metal. Damek's collar vibrated against his throat. The command rune pulsed. Continue. He had been continuing for so long that the word had lost meaning. Repair the coolant loops. Recalibrate the pressure valves. Replace the dead. Tighten the devotional pain feeds. Ignore the screaming machine spirits. Ignore the screaming men. Ignore the truth that his usefulness had become a chain longer than mercy. He looked through the grated floor at the slave reactor's lower crucible. Hundreds of men had been wired into the support array. Their bodies provided bioelectric regulation, neural rhythm, and sacrificial heat dampening. Their heads were locked backward. Their eyes were open. Many were already dead, but the system had not yet noticed, and therefore their corpses continued serving. The living stared upward at the reactor glow without blinking, because their eyelids had been removed. Damek understood the reactor. That had doomed him from the beginning. He understood now that one pressure cascade, timed during the Citadel's opening resonance, would not destroy the wall. Nothing he could do would destroy the wall, but it would create a distortion, a brief thermal rupture, a narrow breach in one internal bastion route before the system sealed again. Minutes, perhaps less. Enough for warriors who were already dead to reach a place they should never reach. He had not decided from courage. Courage belonged to men who believed their deaths could still be clean. Damek had decided because he would die either way, and because the loyal machine spirit beneath his hands had whispered one clear phrase through the static after months of agony. Open the gate. Far above, the veil thinned. Reality across the Citadel front did not tear in one place. It loosened everywhere at once, as if the galaxy had been held under tension, and the Iron Warriors had finally found the correct bolt to remove. The air over Fortress worlds thickened with iron dust. Shadows lengthened toward angles that did not exist. Vox signals arrived layered with voices from prior battles. Dead astropaths spoke from sealed chambers. Servitors recited names they had never known. Men looking up saw the stars change position, not moving across the sky, but arranging themselves into siege diagrams. Then iron rain began to fall upward. It rose from battlefields, corpse pits, foundries, trenches, and grave mud. Shavings, filings, shell fragments, blood rust, nail heads, bone pins, armor flakes, iron teeth from broken gears, all of it lifted from the ground in slow streams and climbed into the sky. The rain did not fall from clouds. It abandoned gravity in obedience to a greater structure. It gathered above bastions in dark spirals, forming rings that rotated around invisible centers. Fortresses bled molten metal from their walls, not from heat, from pressure. Red streams ran upward along battlements, over gun ports, across statues, and into channels cut by no mortal mason. The citadel was opening its veins. Demon engines knelt. Across continents, the war machines of the Iron Warriors lowered themselves like artillery pieces before loading. Crawlers settled on their bellies. Trench breakers drove their drills into the earth and bowed their armored fronts. Furnace beasts lowered their gunheads. Even those with no legs found ways to bend, sagging in their chains, dragging muzzles toward the ground. The demons within them howled, not in devotion, but in recognition of a will that had made their rebellion irrelevant. Perturabo manifested fully through the citadel. He was not summoned. No circle contained him. No sorcerer called him. No choir begged a god to descend. The machine had been built so that his arrival became the only logical conclusion. Every wall had narrowed the options of reality. Every corpse had thinned the veil. Every gun had measured resistance. Every conquest had added weight to the argument. The citadel had reasoned him into presence. He stood first as shadow across 100 battlements, then as voice through 1,000 statues, then as mass. In the inner bastion of Caldras, where maps and equations burned across walls of black iron, Perturabo stepped into real space, with the inevitability of a fortress settling onto its foundations. The floor cracked beneath him. The air became dense with furnace heat and cold hatred. Cables erupted from the walls and connected to his armor like roots, finding old stone. The song of the citadel deepened until mortal skulls split under the pressure. Bound machine spirits screamed. Demons went silent. The Lord of Iron had arrived inside the weapon he had made of worlds. Outside the inner bastion, Captain Asta Cadron gathered the last of the Imperial fists. There were few left. They stood in a service vault beneath a collapsed macro bunker, their yellow armor blackened, cracked, patched with enemy plate, smeared with ash and old blood. Some bore missing hands replaced by emergency clamps. Some had broken lenses. One leaned on another because his right leg had been rebuilt from splints, and faith after a trench breaker's shockwave crushed it. Their apothecary had no narthecium left, only a blade, a bolt pistol, and a pouch containing gene seed taken from brothers who had died too deep in the citadel to be carried home. Marshal Thule was gone. Whether dead, entombed, or still killing somewhere in the dark, no one knew. Cadron did not spend words on uncertainty. He stood before his warriors with his helm sealed and his sword held point down. "The manifestation engine is active," he said. "The slave reactor below Bastion Spine Calvar has ruptured. A breach exists. It will close soon." Sergeant Valdane answered through a Vox grill damaged enough to make each word scrape. "Objective? Disrupt the inner bastion. Kill what can be killed. Break what can be broken. Deny the traitor time." Another brother spoke. "And Perturabo?" Cadron looked at him. No one in the vault mistook silence for hope. "We are not here to survive him," Cadron said. We are here to make him spend effort. The Imperial fists accepted this. It was not despair. It was arithmetic with honor. Cadron raised his sword. Stone breaks. His brothers answered, quiet and absolute. Duty does not. Damek opened the gate. He drove the stolen regulator spike into the slave reactor's pain control manifold and turned the feed back upon itself. The loyal machine spirit, chained beneath layers of scrap code and demonic command, seized the chance with something like fury. Coolant valves opened. Pressure lines reversed. The bioelectric array overloaded. The men wired into the lower crucible died together. Their bodies arched. Their mouths opened in soundless screams. The reactor light turned white, then black, then red. Damek's collar flashed warning runes and tightened until he felt cartilage crack. He held the spike in place with his crude clamp hand while the chamber shook apart around him. A dark mechanicum overseer turned, mechadendrites rising. "Component error," it rasped. Damek laughed once, blood bubbling over his lips. "No," he whispered. "Correction." The reactor ruptured. The blast did not explode outward like a shell. It folded the chamber through itself. Heat became pressure. Pressure became light. Light became a door. A section of the inner bastion's maintenance route opened where no route had been permitted to exist. Cadron and his brothers entered through the breach as fire swallowed the slave reactor. Damek fell with the collapsing cradle, burning, broken, and smiling because the machine spirit beneath him sang one clean note before the scrap code devoured it again. The Imperial fists advanced into the inner bastion. The corridors were not defended as they expected. That made them worse. There were no mortal guards, no slave soldiers, no chattering gun servitors waiting in alcoves. Only walls alive with equations, floors marked by siege diagrams, and statues of iron warriors whose heads turned slowly as the loyalists passed. The air was full of the Citadel's song. It pressed against their armor, entered their vox, and tried to make their hearts beat to artillery timing. They met the first iron warriors at the third junction. Cadron's squad hit them without slowing. Bolters thundered. The corridor became a storm of explosive impacts and splintering ceramite. A traitor lost an arm and used the stump to pin an Imperial fist against the wall while drawing a pistol with his remaining hand. Sergeant Valdane crushed the traitor's skull with a thunder hammer and took a chain axe through the abdomen for the effort. Blood sprayed across the wall equations, briefly obscuring casualty projections that adjusted around the stain. The loyalists pushed on. One by one they fell. Brother Oral died closing a blast door behind them, his body shredded by rotary fire as he held the manual crank. Brother Samith took a melter blast meant for Cadron and became a smoking shape fused to the floor. The apothecary died with his blade buried in an iron warrior's throat, gene seed pouch crushed beneath both bodies. Each death bought seconds. Seconds became meters. Meters became the inner threshold. Cadron reached Perturabo's bastion with 3 brothers alive. The doors opened before them. Inside, there was no throne room, no altar, no vanity chamber, no court of demons, no trophies arranged for admiration, no worshippers chanting around a circle of blood, no indulgence, no palace lie, no god-seeking praise, only maps, equations, kill projections, walls. The chamber stretched beyond reason, its ceiling lost in smoke and iron rain rising through the air. Every surface displayed war, routes through the Cadian scar, warp pressure diagrams, supply dependencies, artillery timings, names of worlds not yet conquered, population figures, slave yield estimates, casualty requirements, fortress growth curves, the Imperium reduced to movement, pressure, floor, and eventual silence. Perturabo stood at the center. Cadron had seen Primarch statues. Every son of Dawn had. He had stood beneath stone renderings of Rogel Dawn and wondered how any living being could bear such weight of purpose. The thing before him was not a statue. It was the failure of the galaxy to remain large enough to contain hatred. Perturabo was iron, furnace, intellect, bitterness, and demonhood forced into the outline of a warrior. His presence struck harder than artillery. One of Kadron's brothers fired. The bolt shell crossed the chamber and stopped in the air before Perturabo's breastplate, spinning slowly. The demon Primarch looked at it. The shell disassembled into its components, each piece hanging for a moment, as if ashamed of its inadequacy, then falling upward into the iron rain. Perturabo regarded the Imperial fists. "You arrived earlier than revised projection." Kadron raised his sword. "Then your wall miscalculated." "No," Perturabo said. "A slave was more useful than expected." Kadron charged. There was no roar, no oath beyond the one already living in his blood. His brothers charged with him, bolters firing, blades ready, armor screaming beneath the pressure of the chamber. Perturabo defeated the strategy first. The floor changed. A wall rose between Kadron and Brother Halbrecht, cutting the squad into isolated lanes. Gun slits opened, not to kill immediately, but to force movement. The Loyalists adjusted. Perturabo had expected the adjustment. A gravity shear dragged Brother Talon sideways into a kill arc, where two iron statues opened their chests and fired plasma at point-blank range. He vanished in white flame. Halbrecht reached striking distance from the flank. Perturabo did not turn. A cable from the floor speared through the Imperial fist's knee joint, another through the elbow, a third through the gorget. The brother was lifted, armor locked, body helpless. Perturabo looked at him only when the cables pulled in opposite directions. Ceramite cracked, flesh tore. The body came apart with wet mechanical finality, pieces falling into separate channels in the floor. Kadron kept moving. Brother Valdane, gutted but alive, hurled himself toward Perturabo's left side and swung his thunderhammer. The blow struck the Primarch's hip plate with enough force to crack the floor beneath both of them. Perturabo looked down. His hand closed over Valdane's helm. He did not crush it at once. He turned the warrior slightly, placing him between Kadron and a viable attack line. Then he crushed. The helm collapsed inward. Bone, blood, and ruined lenses burst between iron fingers. Perturabo had dismantled the squad as he would dismantle a breach attempt. Divide, redirect, neutralize, preserve resources where possible, destroy when necessary. Kadron reached him alone. His sword struck Perturabo's armor and cut a bright line across black iron. For one impossible breath, the chamber paused. Kadron struck again. The blade found a seam. Sparks flew. He drove forward with all the strength left in his gene-wrought body, every oath of dawn behind his hands. Perturabo took one step back, only one. Then the Primarch's fist hit him. Kadron's breastplate caved. His secondary heart burst. He flew across the chamber and struck a wall hard enough to crack ceramite along his spine. Warning runes drowned his vision. He fell to one knee. Blood filled his mouth behind the helm grill. He rose. Perturabo watched him, not with admiration, not with hatred, with assessment. "You endure," the Primarch said. Kadron spat blood into his helm. "We were made to. You were made to defend an empire that spends you as slowly as it can lie." Kadron lifted the broken sword again. Perturabo crossed the chamber without haste. "The Imperium survives because its enemies are impatient. I am not." He struck Kadron's sword arm. The limb broke at the elbow, armor and bone snapping together. The sword fell. Kadron tried to draw his pistol with his left hand. Perturabo caught the wrist and crushed it until the weapon dropped from fingers, turned to red pulp inside yellow gauntlet plating. Kadron remained standing because he had nothing left with which to fall correctly. Perturabo leaned close enough that Kadron saw the furnace light behind his eyes. "Tell Dawn, when whatever remains of you reaches whatever remains of him in myth, that I have improved the cage." Kadron answered with the last weapon left to him. "Duty does not break." Perturabo considered the statement. Then he drove one iron claw through Kadron's chest, through armor, bone, hearts, and the last heat of defiance, and pinned him to the wall of equations. Cadron died facing him. Perturabo left the body there until its blood finished running down the map of Imperial supply routes. Then he turned back to the Citadel. Fire. The first true strategic pulse of the infinite Citadel moved outward without flame. Every wall sang the same note. Every captured route station aligned. Every bastion moon locked its gravitic anchors. Every corpse-packed foundation shuddered. Every demon engine bowed lower. The pulse passed through real space and into the warp, not as a shot, but as a denial, a command given to distance, a refusal imposed upon passage. Across the Cadian scar, warp routes sealed. Not all, never all. Perturabo did not waste effort on absolutes when necessity would suffice. He closed the ones the Imperium needed now. Convoys in translation struck invisible angles and died. Reinforcement fleets emerged light years from intended coordinates, scattered, burning, or missing entire decks. Astropathic relays went blind. Naval commanders watched safe corridors vanish from their charts as if erased by an unseen iron hand. War zones dependent on the route network fell silent one by one. Entire Imperial fronts were cut from reinforcement. On Terra, choirs screamed until their sanctums flooded with blood. In the dark behind the sealed routes, worlds prayed for ships that could no longer reach them. Within the inner bastion, Perturabo watched the projections adjust. The Imperium had not fallen. Good. A fallen enemy taught nothing. A trapped enemy would teach for centuries. The Lord of Iron looked upon the next sequence of walls, and the Citadel began calculating where mankind would bleed next. Astropathic silence spread faster than fire. It did not consume worlds with flame, nor did it arrive as invasion fleets came, with augur ghosts and translation scars. It came as absence. A choir sang and received nothing. A fortress monastery called for confirmation and heard only the blood moving in the skulls of its astropaths. A naval battle group translated toward a reinforcement corridor and vanished from every listening station between one prayer and the next. Administratum adepts inked route clearance stamps onto parchment for convoys that would never depart, because the route they were assigned to cross had become a place where distance killed. Silence moved through the Imperium like a blade sliding between ribs. On Forge worlds, production quotas failed because Prometheum convoys did not arrive. Shell lines stopped one by one, each silence in the Manufactoria bells treated first as sabotage, then as heresy, then as disaster. The Mechanicus responded with rites, purges, recalibrations, and executions. None of them restored the missing ore trains or the dead fuel routes. On agri-worlds, grain towers overflowed because there were no ships to take the tithe. Elsewhere, shrine worlds starved because those same ships had not come. Planetary governors sent increasingly ornate requests for guidance, each sealed in wax, blood, and terror. Replies came rarely. When they did, they ordered patience, faith, increased tithe compliance, and the execution of those spreading rumors of abandonment. On war worlds, ammunition ran low. That was when commanders began to understand. The infinite Citadel was not a fortress. A fortress stood in one place and dared men to break themselves against it. The Citadel had learned a colder language. It did not merely deny ground. It denied sequence. It denied timing. It denied the ability of one imperial wound to receive blood from another. It made relief late. It made retreat impossible. It made orders arrive after the soldiers meant to obey them had already become ash. The Imperium had fought walls before. It had never fought a wall that chose which road remained real. Reports reached higher command in fragments, and every fragment was wrong in some way. Dozens of systems had not fallen, according to official declarations. They had suffered communication degradation, strategic occlusion, temporary isolation, unconfirmed interdiction. Every phrase was a bandage over an amputation. Officers who read the unedited reports knew better. Whole corridors had vanished behind fortress lines. Warp routes had collapsed around the shape of the citadel's expanding geometry. Captured stations had begun speaking with Iron Warriors' command ciphers. Worlds that still showed loyal status on ancient ledgers now fired upon Imperial ships with guns welded into their own moons. The citadel had not surrounded the Imperium. Not yet. That was the horror and the relief was the smaller thing. It had proven the concept. Every world taken became another gun. Every moon opened became another mold. Every corpse processed became mortar, lubricant, nutrient, parchment, data, ash, or warning. Every captured station became a hinge. Every conquered route became a narrowing. Every slaughterhouse became a foundation for the next. The wall grew by teaching the galaxy that some passages now belonged to iron. Within the command harness of the next expansion front, Warsmith Cordassis Val received his new authority. He no longer stood. His ruined body had been sealed inside a siege harness, shaped like a throne, a coffin, and an artillery command engine. It walked on 6 piston limbs when movement was required. It locked into bastion floors when command stability mattered more than mobility. Cables entered the remains of his spine, his lungs, his secondary heart, and the scarred portions of his brain, left unaugmented only because the apothecarian engines had not yet been ordered to improve them. His legs remained inside the lower sarcophagus, dead below the thigh, preserved in chemical gel because removal was unnecessary and memory was useful. Cordassis did not resent the harness. Resentment required the assumption that he had been wronged. He had been damaged in the course of function. He had been repurposed. That was the Iron Warrior's way. Men became warriors. Warriors became weapons. Weapons became emplacements. Emplacements became walls. He watched the next front unfold across the projection before him. Bastion moons waiting for seizure. Dead stations marked for reactivation. Imperial convoy routes still open by narrow margins. Shrine fleets trapped on the wrong side of closing space. Forge dependencies. Munitorum corridors. Black Legion movement vectors. Loyalist Astartes relief estimates. Potential interference from Xenos raiders. Warp pressure. Veil density. Slave yield. A message from Perturabo entered the harness without vox distortion. Command transferred. Expansion front designated. Proceed when tolerances align. Cordassis lowered his head. Iron within, he said. His chamber answered from speakers, statues, dead skulls, and the steel around him. Iron without. There was no pride in him. Pride had killed better warsmiths than he had ever been. There was only the awareness that Perturabo had found him useful, and that usefulness had not yet ended. In the lower calculation sanctums of St. Corsaro, Magos Ossuarium 9 measured the citadel's future. The arch-heretic hung above a pit of chained cogitators, his many limbs anchored to rails, his skull mask reflecting the glow of equations too large for mercy. Around him, dead astropaths floated in preservation cylinders, their nervous systems still twitching when root pressure changed. Loyal machine spirits screamed inside sealed brass boxes, their pain converted into predictive correction. Demons bound into logic cages gnawed at their own names, while Ossuarium's instruments harvested prophecy from their frustration. The citadel's growth curve unfolded in spirals of green flame. Centuries, perhaps. Millennia, likely. The data did not trouble him. The flesh mind recoiled from such scales. The machine mind did not. The Iron Warriors had always understood that endurance was not noble when separated from output. Time was material. Patience was ammunition. Delay was not defeat if the wall thickened while the enemy aged. Ossuarium transmitted his conclusion. Projected completion exceeds mortal campaign horizons. Strategic effectiveness. Proven prior to total enclosure. Continued expansion recommended. Full galactic circumvallation possible across extended duration with sufficient corpse mass, route acquisition, and warp pressure cultivation. Perturabo received the calculation from Medrengard and from the Citadel simultaneously, for his body had returned to the demon world, but his will had not retreated from the wall. He considered the conclusion for less than a heartbeat. Acceptable. That was his answer. For Perturabo, centuries were not obstacles. Millennia were not threats. Men feared time because time killed them. Empires feared time because time revealed weakness. Perturabo had waited 10,000 years with hatred preserved sharper than any blade. He could wait longer, provided the waiting had structure. Damek Vor appeared in the same report, not as a man, not as a martyr, not even as a saboteur of spiritual significance. Variable Damek Vor, slave engineer, unauthorized reactor cascade, node delay, 43 minutes, breach-enabled loyalist strike penetration to inner bastion, damage contained, causal factors, underestimation of machine spirit loyalty residue, insufficient collar termination sensitivity, excessive competence retention without loyalty, degradation correction. Perturabo read the summary. Damek's name was marked for archival retention, not honor, correction. Future slave engineers of comparable aptitude would receive deeper obedience implants, reduced access to pressure manifolds during resonance events, and predictive execution thresholds adjusted downward. A man had died believing he had chosen defiance. The Citadel consumed the choice and became harder. That was how Perturabo answered heroism. He turned it into maintenance doctrine. Lord General Severian Holt survived the war in a manner he would have despised, not in flesh. His body had died beneath Caldrus, saber under his chin, blood spreading across the stones of a command vault, while Iron Warrior's breaches entered through smoke. His words survived. That was worse. The last clear Vox message from Holt had been recovered by retreating signal archives before the route collapsed. In its original form, it was a dry, exhausted transmission to any Imperial authority still able to receive. It named the corridor lost. It named Caldrus doomed. It warned that the Iron Warriors were not seeking symbolic victory, but structural denial of movement. It stated that every hour bought had been purchased with lives the Imperium had knowingly spent. It ended not with triumph, but with a request that future commanders stop calling necessary sacrifice glory. The version distributed across nearby war zones was shorter. Lord General Holt, hero of Caldrus, had declared unbroken faith. He had proclaimed that every soul under his command died gladly to halt the traitor advance. He had assured all Imperial servants that the enemy had paid dearly and that victory belonged, in the end, to the Emperor. The propaganda pics showed him stern, clean uniformed, eyes lifted toward holy light. Every officer who heard the original knew the truth. Most repeated the revised version anyway. That, too, was the Imperium. Captain Asta Cadron vanished into the Citadel and did not return. His brothers searched where they could. Imperial fists, strike craft, scanned wreckage fields until enemy guns drove them away. Apothecaries requested recovery operations that command denied as strategically impossible. Data ghosts marked his last known location within the inner bastion of Caldrus. Then the Citadel's walls shifted and sealed the record behind interference, scrap code, and iron geometry. No gene seed was recovered by the Imperium. The Iron Warriors did not recover it either, not in the manner of trophy-taking. Perturabo had ordered that chamber sealed. Somewhere inside the infinite citadel, behind walls grown from conquered worlds, Captain Cadron's gene seed remained entombed beyond reach, not displayed, not desecrated in a shrine, not consumed by apothecarian engines, sealed, denied, preserved in darkness as absence made permanent. Another echo of the iron cage, another message to Dawn's sons. Come and retrieve what you cannot reach. The Imperium declared the campaign contained. The declaration passed through sanctioned channels with all the solemnity of necessary falsehood. The threat had been limited. The affected corridors were under review. counter-fortification. Efforts had begun. Loyal fleets remained operational. Supply disruptions were temporary. Shrine morale was stable. Worlds beyond the occlusion were instructed to maintain faith, discipline, and tithe readiness. Commanders were warned against defeatist interpretation of partial strategic withdrawal. As the declaration spread, systems vanished behind new fortress lines. A mining world ceased responding after its moon's altered orbit. A naval depot transmitted victory hymns for 3 hours, then began broadcasting Iron Warrior's artillery range tables. An agri-chain found its translation lanes, returning all ships to their departure points, with crews dead from dehydration. A fortress monastery sent a strike force toward a breach, and received back only its own distress signal, spoken in the voices of its unborn neophytes. Merchant houses burned their route contracts. Navy admirals shot navigators who refused passage, then followed them into failure when the next translation tore escorts apart. The map of the Imperium did not change all at once. It developed bruises, iron-grey patches where certainty had been, silent routes, redacted worlds, strategic gaps no one wanted to name. Corridors marked temporary hazard became corridors marked forbidden, became corridors marked lost. Behind those markings, the infinite citadel worked. Its slave cohorts rebuilt, widened, reinforced, compacted. Corpse engines processed the dead. Warp smiths fed machine spirits into chains. Demon engines dragged manufactoria across continents. Iron warriors measured shell burn and breach response. Cordassis Val planned the next foundation. Ossuarium 9 calculated centuries. Statues spoke with Perturabo's voice. Walls learned from every bullet that struck them. On Medrengard, Perturabo returned in body. The demon world received him with polluted storms and lightning that bent itself into angles of welcome. His fortress palace rose through ash and rust, unchanged because change without improvement was decay. He entered through gates made from the prows of broken battleships. Slaves died dragging them open, though engines could have done the work. Their deaths were unnecessary in mechanical terms, but useful in environmental ones. Medrengard remembered obedience best when it was refreshed. Perturabo walked alone to the deepest strategium. The galaxy waited there, burning, bleeding, moving still. The Imperium remained vast. It remained brutal. It remained stubborn beyond reason. It had survived Horus. It had survived the Beast. It had survived apostasy, plague, rebellion, Xenos hunger, divine laughter, and the wound of the Great Rift. It would not fall because one wall had risen, nor because several routes had died, nor because a few dozen systems had vanished from reliable command. Perturabo knew this. He had never expected a single blow to kill the Imperium. That was why he despised those who did. His body stood on Medrengard, iron and hatred beneath a roof of black equations. But his will remained distributed through the citadel. Every bastion carried a fragment of his attention. Every gun waited under his patience. Every wall extended the shape of his resentment. Every captured route repeated his argument to reality. He did not need to march while the walls advanced. He did not need to rage while the cage tightened. He did not need worship while the galaxy itself was being taught constraint. In the strategium projection, the infinite citadel shone as a partial ring of iron grey across the wounded roots of mankind's empire. Incomplete, growing, correct. Perturabo looked upon Terra as a distant point of gold, veiled by warp storm, lies, faith, blood, and history. He did not reach for it, not yet. A lesser warlord would have demanded haste. A god drunk on praise would have called for sacrifice without structure. A butcher would have mistaken corpses for victory. Perturabo saw the centuries between him and completion, and found them orderly. He saw the worlds yet to be consumed, and assigned them functions. He saw the loyalists who would counterattack, and place their graves before they drew breath.
He saw the Imperium's commanders adapting, fortifying, rerouting, resisting, and knew they would make the next lessons more valuable. The Lord of Iron stood in silence, while the fortress around him calculated. At last, one claw traced a new route across the stars, another corridor, another hinge, another throat. The wall began.
Planning its next stone. The Imperium had always feared the day the traitor Primarchs would march on Terra. It had never imagined one would arrive by building the road, the prison, and the execution chamber first.